lanes. That is NoBox to the lanes. So Lorenz Schwartz brings up the Bubba Speed Shop. 1983 Monte Carlo alongside Steve McKenzie. Running a 1971 Chevelle with a 409 cubic inch big block Chevy motor under the hood. Racing to the 8th mile for Box and NoBox this afternoon. Carrying the wheels of McKenzie as Schwartz goes 11th thou red on the tree. 8th mile mark, Schwartz goes 640 with a 2 at 106 miles an hour. McKenzie 660 with an 8 at 102. Second pair coming on up, Steve Baskerville with that classic 2-liter turbo Golf R, breaking away from the Charger that he's been running the last season and a half or so. Goes up against Mike Robinson with the JBS Equipment Crown Vic Rick Transmissions 1927 Ford Roadster. Robinson getting a bit close to the center line right off the hedge, gets it back into the groove, goes 575, 117 miles an hour, 008 on the tree. Baskerville 738 at 93 miles an hour. Well, there's our first past the line burnout of the day, and it is one that is going to go to Ron Fawcett. Fawcett running these straight line race cars, 1923 Model T altered. 565 cubic inches of Chevy motor under the hood. He faces off against Jan Christensen with the little mullet. A 1978 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, sporting 383 cubic inches of his own. Fawcett takes off, top end of the racetrack. 520 with the 7, 132 miles an hour. Jan Christensen 667 at 101. First dragster pair of the day, Colton Morin with that 615 cubic inch big block Chevy Race Tech Drags from 2007. Sporting the colors of Comox Valley Excavating and Morin Motorsports. He squares off against the 582 cubic inch big block Chevy Undercover Dragster of Emily Gerard for shear solutions and adjustment mechanical as well as titanium Autogroup. Six now separate them on the tree. Top end of the racetrack. Gerard goes 478, 143 miles an hour to the 8th. Colton Morin follows up with a 508 at a $135. And next up, it's John DeBack with a good old reliable Rad Torque Systems 1989 S10 with a 6-liter LS motor. He races against the 1981 Malibu, headed up by Curtis Munson. Curtis Munsk goes 641, 106 miles an hour. John DeBack 662 at 102. Bring up Andy Hatton. Run to the Bubba Speed Shop at Titanium Autogroup. 1969 Camaro with 484 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor. Dubs it the Grinch. Going up against Matt Marshall with the West Fraser Concrete Terrace Ready-Mix Napa Houston and Valkyrie Transport Dart. Marshall leaving a bit too quickly on that one. Goes 544, 124 miles an hour. Andy Hatton 530 with an 8 at 130. For the next pairing, it's Jeff Bell. Running a 1976 Dodge with 455 cubic inches of Mopar motor under the hood. Beside him is the 605 cubic inch big block Chevy 1963 Corvette for Wealth Management Investors Group, and a 2017 Hot Rod champion, Ryan Johnston. Johnston, 527, 130 miles an hour. Jeff Bell, 605 at 111. And we'll bring up another dragster. This one going up against the Doorslammer. Brad Powell over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. TCS side of the racetrack gets Greg Dowdy with the 2005 Mondin dragster for Rad Torque Systems. Hedge of bets, Doorslammer or dragster. Well, it'll be the dragster, but that's only because you left on the top bulb instead of the green. Goes 499 with a 4, 136 miles an hour. Brad Powell, 533 at 129. Kevin Garlock will bring out the 632 cubic inch big block Chevy Camaro. Squares off against Greg Hipper. 026 to an 040 on the tree. Garlock 565, 121.5 miles an hour. The Lordco side of Hipper goes 594 at about 15. Following it up, it's the Roadster. Cam Shantz out of Prince Rupert. Going up against Emma Debris Coos, former Junior Lightning competitor with a 1988 Art Morrison dragster, sported 469 cubic inches of motor for B&D Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, and Bow Tie Ventures. She's already pre-staged. Problem setting in for Cam Shantz is the car going to lose life in the burnout box. So this will turn into a single as the Roadster will have to be backed out. We had to put some pedal into it on the starting line. She goes 001 red, follows up with a 550 with a 5 at 127 miles an hour. I can tell right now, based on some of the body English with Cam is not a happy camper inside that race car with having that thing lose life on the line. Ted Buss will bring it up next with his own 1934 Roadster for Shawnigan Trucking out of Shawnigan Lake. To his right is going to be Steve Thorne out of Kelowna with a 1964 Plymouth. cars leading off that top bulb here in first round of qualifying. Thorne going to go 6:18 at 120 miles an hour. Ted Bus goes 5:69 at 119. We'll bring up Alan McCann with the 1967 Nova for JBS Equipment and Pacific Power Battery. McCann squaring off against Stephen Robert with the Evil Bucket Roadster from 1934. Rolling smoothly through our first round of qualifying for Rad Torque Systems Electronics as McCann goes 5:60 with the 4, 123 miles an hour. Robert 5:71 at 119. John Braining going to be up next with his 1980 Camaro. Nothing yet on file for this driver here on the far side. I can tell you it's Dave Shirk in the Blazer on the far side. .677 for Dave Shirk on the far side, just shy of 100 miles an hour, while John Braining goes 6:59 at 105. Beautiful looking Camaro over here on the tower side of the racetrack. We'll find out who drives it later on. Paul Soares brings up the 1995 Quick Tech Race Cars Pontiac Grand Prix with that 584 big block Chevy motor under the hood. Paul Soares launches well, goes 5:18 at 133 miles an hour. The Camaro 6:61 at 101. How about that? A long burnout from Chris Stone on the far side of the racetrack with the Willowbrook Motors, Lorco Auto Parts, BC Wagon Master, Mopac Auto Supply, Dodge Dart. He'll quickly back it up alongside his running mate, Jim Benke, with that Rad Torque Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating 1967 Plymouth. 440 cubic inches of Mopar motor on both sides of the racetrack here. So close to a trip zip. 001 red for Stone. He goes 6:36 at 106 miles an hour. Also at 106 is Chris Stone. Stone, though, goes 6:35. Next up, it's Jeremy Soares and Martin Rochelle. Rochelle running the NHRA Super Street Malibu on the far side. Usually runs to a 1090 in the Super Combo category, who will be up to qualify not too long after Q1 wraps up here for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. He faces Jeremy Soares with the Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster. Source of the 002 light goes 463, 148 miles an hour. Martin Michelle goes 640 at 104. That'll bring in Mike Stewart with the Super Chicklet Chevy 2 for Ken Specialty Auto. Gibson Transmissions, Bucky's Mini Excavated, and Big Al Motorsports. He faces off against multi-time champion here at the Titanium Strip, Craig Johnson, with the Johnson's Customs Exhaust and BC Scale Malibu Wagon. Stewart goes 639, 107 miles an hour. Johnson goes 656 at 101. Cam Shantz has got the car refired, and he will try it again. So Shantz on his second attempt now with the 1927 Roadster out of Prince Rupert. Last time that car lost life immediately following the burnout. Seeing if it'll be any different this time. Chance 551 at 123 miles an hour, and that leaves Kevin McNichol with the Rad Torque Systems 1967 Chevy 2. Power, precision, performance. That's what drives Rad Torque Systems, a BC company trusted worldwide for torque tools that never quit. From pit crews to heavy industry, Rad delivers the muscle behind the machines. Rad Torque Systems, proudly Canadian, globally respected. See the tech behind the torque at radtorque.com. McNichol goes 644, 106 miles an hour. That, I do believe, will wrap up our first round of qualifying for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. We'll move to National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics. Biggest difference be none or at least very minimal electronic restrictions permitted in NoBox cars. No throttle stops, no delay boxes, nothing like that. No crosstalk or anything. Wheels up high. The Albion Tyler and the Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care Malfunction Acadian, driven by Mal Patterson. Patterson gonna go 639, 106 miles an hour. A slow drive up for Dallas Nassian. The overtime repair BC Draggett and Snorkum 2000 Honda Civic for Dallas Nassian, who goes 1073 at just 69 miles an hour. Aiden Katnick up next, one of many drivers running under the TK Performance banners here at the Titanium Strip. He races against Rob Monroe Jr. with the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Gibson Racing Transmissions Acadian. Monroe Jr. 656 and 102 miles an hour. Aiden Katnick 905 at 75. Quick check on the starting line after Rob Monroe Jr.'s car left down track with the Acadian. Waiting patiently in the water box are twin pickups. Jeff Nyland brings up the blue bin for JK Speed Shop and Curtis Tire. He races against Colin Jackson with the 1978 Datsun. Dubs that thing popcorn for New Elevation Civil. Jeff Nylund going to go 7:34 at 93 miles an hour. Gets there second to Colin Jackson, who went 7:31 at 94 miles an hour. Next up, Sylvia Hoekston with that ever beautiful 1966 classic Ford Mustang. Going up against Kevin McCulley with the BDL Automotive and old school 1981 Malibu. Not racing the Cutlass this time out. .099 to an .067. Sylvia Hoekston's going to go 761, 89 miles an hour. McCulley 784 at 85. And next up, Brendan Piskacek brings out the Mustang Racing Games. How about this? Tyler Smith for the Rodrigue Family Racing, Cruising Clearwater Club, and Cam Clausen Chevy 1500. 831, 81 miles an hour for Piskacek. Smith goes 1069 at 65. Mike Render, the next one up for the Fountain Tire Lorco Auto Parts 1985 S10, going up against Jessica Armstrong with the A&M Marketing Dodge Dart out of Chilliwack. Hey, Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo, you are on standby. That is Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo. Reminder, this is your standby call. Super Combo, be ready to go. Your call is not far away. Render 685, 98 miles an hour. Jessica Armstrong 845 at 82 miles an hour off of a 003 light. Next up, it's Travis Freeze with the Buick Racing, Evans Excavating, and Skyhawk Services 2003 Cadillac. Don't see many Cadillacs out on the titanium strip. He races against Bobby Ehlers with the Junkyard Dog Mustang. Well, the Fox body taking off with a massive hole shot. Gonna go 645, 104 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark, while Travis Freeze goes 1018 at 72. Jim Stahl up next with the 2000 Mustang out of Tulalip, Washington, with a 302 cubic inch Coyote motor under the hood, going up against Claudio Fisher with the Viewpoint Construction 1983 Camaro. Whole shot to Stahl. Gets there first by a tenth. Goes 685, 99 miles an hour. Fisher 691 at 97. Next up, it's another Mustang Fox body. This one going up against Taryn Monroe with A&M Marketing Zapstrap Racing Blazer. Both Monroe and Tyler Smith, runners in the junior street category. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo coming up lanes 5 and 6. That is Super Combo coming up lanes 5 and 6 for your first round of qualifying. Top Comp, you are on standby. Top Comp, standby call for first round eliminations. The Mustang Fox body went 1018, 67 miles an hour. Tamron Road 1064 at 63. We'll bring up Danny Long. We'll bring up Dennis Winton. 1988 Mustang Fox body versus 1966 Bel Air. It sounded like a little slip of the grip perhaps for Dennis Winton. Danny Longo's 806, 86 miles an hour. Winton gets it down with an 834 at 91. We'll bring up Aiden Ledre. Son of Ryan Ledre, who usually races that 1971 Chevy with the 42 cubic inch big block Chevy motor from Muffler Tech Auto. He goes up against Jamie Wellwood with the TNT Auto Parts 1932 Bantam Altered with 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor, by far one of the biggest motors in the NoBox category. Oh, careful there. Carrying the front wheels a little bit past the 60 foot. Goes 555, 130 miles an hour. Ledre goes 837 at 79. Next up, we'll bring on Rob Monroe Sr. with the White Knuckle Racing Model A against Ross Walker with the Prestige Chevrolet Chevy 2. Monroe Sr. goes 543, 125 miles an hour. Ross Walker, 637 at 106. Baskerville's back for more with the 2-liter 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Going up against Larry Rodenizer with the old Yeller Lorco Auto Parts 1946 Ford. Rodenizer 598, 112 miles an hour. Baskerville 747 at 93. Ken Jansen brings up the Tiger Tool 1970 Plymouth. 572 cubic inches of heavy motor. Faces off against the 406 cubic inch small block Chevy 1969 Firebird driven by Steve Sheffer. Jansen goes 598 at the buck 16. Sheffer 730 at 91. Ray Bollinger brings up the A&A Just Mechanical Pontiac. He faces off against John Vandeven with the Murphy's Law 1968 Firebird. Vandeven goes 635 at 107. Bollinger 666 at 101. And that'll bring in Giovanni Aliberti. Made quite a few hits throughout the week. The Jim and Jim Racing 1986 S10 running a stock chassis and stock suspension on that S10. He races against Jen Stoutenberg with a 1980 Malibu out of Maple Ridge. Alberti 566, 124 miles an hour. Stoutenberg 770 at 89. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, we need you to the back of staging to be laddered for first round of eliminations. That is top comp. Head to the rear of staging for your first round of eliminations to be laddered. Top comp to the lanes. Steve McKenzie brings out the 71 Chevelle, races Jason Mercer with the CJ Bracket Racer 1984 Cutlass. Mercer, run of the car that used to be that of Craig Johnson. Mercer goes 735, 91 miles an hour. Mackenzie 866 at 60. We'll bring up Shaylin Svetic with the Innovation MFG Steve McKenzie Racing Incorporated in the Coastal Equipment 1970 Federal Front Engine Dragster. Going up against Robert Getz with a 2024 Ford F-150. 5-liter motor under the hood. For Getz, the front engine dragster for sporting 400 cubic inches of Chevy motor. Sveta goes 584, 116 miles an hour. Gets 749 at 98 miles an hour. We'll bring up Hank Vermeulen with a 1986 Chevy Camaro. He races Andy Antle with the Antle Towing Shop Truck pickup with a 570 cubic inch Chevy motor, and oh boy. Well, some flames on the scoop, some cold fire was put on it. Does appear like everything is sorted. Hank Vermeulen will now be on a single pass as a result. They're going to back Andy Antle out. And some diagnosing, no doubt in need pit side. Vermeulen goes 734, 95 miles an hour. Well, while we got a moment here, we're proud to have National Tire Wholesale as a valued partner here at Mission Raceway Park. Their commitment to keeping drivers equipped with quality tires and trusted brands supports not only the racing world, but everyone who lives life in the fast lane. Thank you to National Tire Wholesale for keeping BC rolling. Half Track Snack Shack is open for business. They got about 30 minutes of breakfast left, so if you're wanting some breakfast and you're sitting on the spectator side, you can jump on over here pit side. Take a look at all these beautiful cars and trucks up close over the Lord Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Check out the Half Track Snack Shack, and as well as that, stop by the Pro Shop for all of your Mission Raceway Park apparel. Craig Johnson will bring up the 1984 Malibu wagon, goes up against John Tomac with the Radiator Systems S10. .004 on the tree for Johnson. Oh, just gets there first. 656 at 101 miles an hour. Tomac 661 at 102. Great race that. We'll bring out Dave Shirk. Shirk is already qualifying for the Radiator Systems Electronics field, trying to do the same now for the NoBox field. Brings up the Bubba Speed Shop. The Titanium Autogroup 1986 Blaze with a 383 stroker motor. Goes up against Lorenz Schwartz. Sporting 462 cubic inches of Chevy motor underneath the Monte Carlo. .001 to a .008 on the tree. Schwartz goes 639 at 106. Shirk 679 at 99. Next up, it's Chris Stone, it's Jim Banky. The Willowbrook Motors, Lord Auto Parts, BG, Wagon Master, Mobac Auto Supply, Dodge Dart. Goes up against the 67 Barracuda for Radiator Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Stone gonna get there by 12th thou. Goes 636 at 106. Benke 634 at 106. And a single pass then for Jeff Bell with a 1976 Dodge Dart, and that looks like it'll be the last one for National Tire Wholesale non-electronics. From Vancouver to Vernon, Cologne to the Kitimat, wherever you drive in BC, Lorco Auto Parts is just down the road. With over 90 stores across BC and Alberta, they've got the parts, they've got the tools, and they've got the accessories to keep your car, truck, and or RV running right. Whether you're a backyard mechanic or a pro in the shop, Lorco's expert staff and huge inventory means you'll find exactly what you need, and fast. Lorco Auto Parts, proudly BC, always stocked, always local. Also proud sponsors of the Super Combo category, who comes up first for Q1. John Lackey brings up the Lackey Racing 1966 Acadia out of Port Moody, British Columbia. Lackey trying to hit the 1090 index here in qualifying. To his right is Kirk Lance with the A. Tristan Mechanical 1967 Chevy Camaro with that classic open top category, going after the 990 Super Gas Index. These cars racing to the full quarter mile. Throttle stops in play, and a 008 light for Kirk Lance. 015 to the red for Lackey. Lance going to go 990 with the 3, 171 miles an hour. Lackey 1152 at a $1.14. So John Lackey with some work to do in order to hit that 1090 index. Next up, it's Brad Vinge with the BNC Racing 1967 Chevy Camaro, alongside Curtis Bunce with the Malibu. Both these drivers also running to the 1090 Super Street Index. .1098 at 128 miles an hour for Curtis Munson. Vinge 1102 at 146. Next up, it's Steve Veitch with the 1972 Plymouth against Dan Parsons with the 1970 Quality Racing Duster. Most cars in this category love to go for the 1090. Ensures they get a clean tree. .006 line for Veitch, #1 on the reaction time chart so far. Gonna go to a 1091 at 127 miles an hour. Dan Parsons 1092 at 131. And now we'll bring up Martin Rochelle. Rochelle running the 1090 index alongside Sylvia Hoogstens with the 1966 Mustang. That Mustang used to belong to Jerry Epp, unfortunately no longer with us. Sylvia Hoogstens ensuring that car still gets the workout it so deserves. .1013, 145 miles an hour for Sylvia Hoogstens. Rochelle goes 1099 to the $1.26, and that'll bring up Warren Jacobson with a 1967 Chevy 2 on a solo pass. This here will be the final car in Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo. Jacobson on the 006 slide goes to 10.59 to the buck 41, and that will bring us to Comox Valley Excavating top comp. Combining the two fastest NHRA bracket classes on the market, top sportsman and top dragster into one class. And this is for Eliminations. They qualified throughout yesterday. 20 cars on the ladder. Racing to the 8th mile. Adam DeYoung brings up the Artex Racing Camaro over on the far side of the racetrack. He dials in at 525. Will leave first to Jan Christensen. Christensen dials in at 452. With that 498 cubic inch Sunset motor for the 2010 TNT Dragster. We're going to put a standby for both box and no box. Standby for box and no box for your second qualifiers of the day. One away, two away, both on greens. DeYoung with the whole shot. DeYoung takes it to round 2. 525, 132 miles an hour. 525 with an 8 for a total 21 thou package. Took that one by 0.03 of a second over Jan Christensen. Next pairing up, it's Emma DeBricuse, running the B&D lift truck, Shotgun Trucking Competition, Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars and Bowtie Ventures, Art Morrison Dragster. Dials in 540. Has about a 1 second advantage on the Doorslammer driven by James Kennedy. Kennedy running the Ken Specialty Automotive 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. Down at 441. Kennedy chasing down Coos. Kennedy makes the pass. James Kennedy goes in round number 2, taking out Emma DeBricuse in round 1. Got there by a 10th. It was a good quarter second off the dial. Next up, it'll be Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy going to dial in the 1992 Pontiac Firebird out of Arlington, Washington at 520. Alongside Kenworthy is going to be Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd, British Columbia. Dials in 469 for the 1967 Mustang. Red light start for Mike Kenworthy. Dale Phillips gets a freebie in round 1. 470 with a 6 on the 469 dial. 146 miles an hour for Phillips. Pay attention, attention everywhere really. Attention to everybody on the property. There is a pair of yellow trailer keys that was found. If you are missing a pair of yellow trailer keys, they are in the pro shop, which can be located on the pit side around the 330-foot mark. Once again, that is a pair of yellow trailer keys. They are located in the pro shop. Greg Dowdy brings up the Rat Torque Systems. Wanda Dragster dials in 498. Emily Gerard with the Shears Lewiston Just Mechanical Undercover Dragster dials in 479. Gerard gets around Dowdy and will take that one by 18 thou. We'll bring up Logan Bell and Matt Marshall. Logan Bell running the Comox Valley Excavating 2018 dragster, dials in at 450. Will leave 9/10 after Matt Marshall does, with the West Fraser Concrete, Terrace Ready-Mix, Napa Houston, and Valkyrie Transport 1970 Dart, dials in at 540. All over the shot, wheels carried, something fierce. Logan Bell takes the win by 8/10. A wild ride for Matt Marshall, kept it out of the wall though. Slammed that thing back down to terra firma, had about 4 or 5 wicked hops. That car nearly went over backwards. So we're gonna send crews out, make sure everything's all good. But boy, a wild pass there from Matt Marshall. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need non-electronics back to the lanes 1 through 4 for second round of qualifying. NoBox back to the lanes 1 through 4 for qualifying. All right, looks like everything is set to go. We're gonna refire cars and roll them back to the water box. So our next pass rolling into the water box. Burnouts are complete. It's a dragster versus a sportsman runner. Aaron Young brings up the dragster 509. Mike Lucas brings up the 1968 Camaro 422. IHRA Top Sports Champion in 2016. Jags All-Star Qualifier in 2018 and 19 at the Top Sports and Divisional Champion for NHRA in 2017. going to see Mike Lucas move into the second round easily. 474 and the 472 dial goes 147 miles an hour, while Young was 5 hundredths down on the tree. Up next, Paul Soares, running the Quick Tech Race Cars Bel Air, dials in 474, alongside Colton Morin, dialed in 506 for the Morin Motorsports Race Tech Dragster. Looking for tough, reliable farm equipment that works as hard as you do? Look no further than JBS Equipment in Mission. From high-performance manure spreading to custom forage solutions, JBS builds equipment that stands up to the demands of real farming. Whether you're managing a small dairy farm or a large operation, JBS has the innovation, the service, and the support you need right here in the Fraser Valley. Visit jbsequipment.com or stop by their shop in Mission. JBS Equipment, built for farmers, built to last. This is going to be a good race, and it goes the way of Paul Soares. Morin got there first, but breaks out in the process. Soares went trip zip with an 8 on the tree. So our first trip zip of the afternoon will go to Paul Soares, who went 476 in the 474 dial at 146 miles an hour. Brody Soares brings up the Beaches Auto Care and Quick Tech Race Cars Cavalier, dials in 495. Scott Robinson's Beretta dials in 47 for the JS Speed Shop. Postma Farms, Lorco Auto Parts, STR Racing and Rag Torque Systems 1994 Beretta. Red light for Brody Soares will send Scott Robinson into round number 2 of Comox Valley Excavating Top Cup. Next up will be Andy Hatton running the Grinch, the 1969 588 cubic inch big block Chevy Camaro. Dials in 527 for Bubba Speed Shop and Titanium Autogroup. Jeremy Soares dials in 464 for the Cameron Dragster for Quick Tech Race Cars. Pair of green ones. And again, this race going to be close. 001 for Soares. It's not enough. He got there first, but he's under by 7 down in the process. Andy Hatton moving in round number 2. Soares treated him. Soares gapped him. Soares made the mistake of going under. And Hatton can thank his lucky stars for that one as he's in round 2. Final pair now of Comox Valley Excavating Top Cup. We're going to have Rod LeClaire with the Paradise Homes 1967 Camaro. Dials in 430. 1 second behind Trevor Kinsey with the Fluid Energy Limited 1971 Chevy. Down at 530. LeClaire, very, very experienced with that 67 Camaro. Has got a decade of experience under his belt with the Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Doorslammers, who will be qualifying throughout the day or continuing their qualifying from yesterday. a free pass. 432, 164 miles an hour as Trevor Kinsey launched and the car died instantly. And you can see pieces and debris everywhere on the right-hand side of the racetrack, so this might be a bit of a cleanup. That's the center section of the rear differential that appears to have been completely blown out of the car. A tough break for Trevor Kinsey. So, once again, if you are not associated with that car, you have no reason to be around on the starting line, so please make sure you keep that clear, as Kevin spoke earlier today, so we can ensure that we can clean this up as quick as we can and get things back rolling. Need your ride to shift gears like a champion? Turn to TCS Performance Products in Langley, your go-to source for high-quality transmission parts. With over 50 years in the game, TCS delivers precision engineered components for GM, Ford, and Mopar vehicles. From billet shafts and drums to torque converters and CNC machining, TCS has got you covered. Whether you're into drag racing, towing, or off-roading, their products are built to handle extreme gas and diesel applications. Visit TCS Performance Products at 6217 205th Street in Langley. That is 6217 205th Street in Langley. Open Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. Call 1-800-960-1177 or shop online at tcsproducts.com. TCS Performance Products, where precision meets performance.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to
Sounds like things are just wrapping up. So we'll let drivers get back into their cars, fire up those engines, and we'll be back to racing momentarily. So we're going to roll back into the second round of qualifying for a National Tire Wholesale non-electronics. And it will be Jim Banky and Chris Stone going head to head. Trips in for Chris Stone, but it is red. So Stone will be on the backside on that one as Jim Banky goes 638, 106 miles an hour. We're in with Colin Jackson and Claudio Fisher. The new Elevation Civil Datsun pickup dubbed Popcorn faces off against Claudio Fisher with the Viewpoint Construction 1983 Camaro. Pay attention in the pits, attention in the pits for West Coast Pro Modifieds. Attention in the pits for Pro Modifieds. Your final qualifier will be around 12:20. That is around 12:20 for your final qualifier. That is in about 50 minutes. So just be ready to go around that time. Jackson goes 778, 72 miles an hour. Claudio Fisher 688 at 98 miles an hour. That'll bring up Danny Long with the Mustang Fox body and some Brandon Piskacek with the Ford Mustang. And the Buick Racing Machine gonna get their second as Long goes 794. 88 miles an hour, Piskacek 831 at 81 miles an hour. Next up, it'll be Jeff Nyland with the Blue Bin, JK Speed Shop, and Curtis Tire 1985 pickup going up against Mitch McCartney in the 67 Falcon. Nyland goes 731, 93 miles an hour. McCartney 899 at 75. And now we'll bring up Bobby Ehlers with the 1989 Junkyard Dog Mustang out of Maple Ridge. He faces off against Rob Monroe Sr. with an Uncle Racing 1931 Ford Model A. Oh, Bobby got the whole shot, but Monroe going to drive around him. Monroe goes 575, 122 miles an hour. Ehlers 646 at 104. Attention VIPs, there is lunch ready on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. That is, for all VIP spectators, there is lunch available for you upstairs, top floor of the timing tower. Jan Stoutenberg will bring up the 1980 Malibu, races against Jim Stahl's Mustang. Stahl goes 683, 99 miles an hour. Jen Stoutenberg going to go 774 at 89. Next up, it'll be Daniel Piskacek for the 1988 Mustang. He races Travis Freeze for the Buick Racing, Evans Excavated, and Skyhawk Services 2003 Cadillac. Piskacek goes 923, 74 miles an hour. Freeze goes 1019 at 71. Which will now bring up Jessica Armstrong with the A&M Marketing Dodge Dart alongside Rob Getz with the 5-liter 2024 Ford F-150. Well, Armstrong got out on a red line, but that F-150 has got some movement to it as Rob Gant's going to go 756, 96 miles an hour. Jessica Armstrong, 847 at a solid 82. Next pair up, it's Rob Monroe Jr. with the Horizon Paint and Auto Body and Gibson Racing's 1969 Acadian. Squaring off against Terry Monroe with the A&M Marketing Zapstrap Racing Blazer. And problem settling for Terry Monroe, while her father gonna go 656 at 102 miles an hour off of a 007 red light. And Monroe's machine encountering problems off the hitch. Well, quick word with the driver, and Taryn gonna make that slow cruise down track. And while we await for Taryn Monroe to clear the racetrack, we'll bring up Giovanni Alaperti and Mike Render. Twin S10s on this one, very different motors. Alaperti running a small block Chevy for the Jim and Jim Racing machine, as well as that running a stock chassis and stock suspension underneath the machine from Souk. For the Chilliwack native on the Lordco side of the racetrack, he's got Fountain Tire on the car, and he sports a 6-liter LS motor. Well, small block Chevy beats 6-liter LS any day of the week, apparently, as Alaperti goes 568, 124 miles an hour, renders 685 at 98. And now we'll bring up Tyler Smith and Dallas Nassie. Tyler Smith ran in Junior Street for the last few years, a 2-time repeat champion in that category, and already has a win or two under his belt this season as well. This year, his first race with the big leagues, as he has graduated to the full-size and full-speed classes. First race out, and what an event to do it at. He faces off against Dallas Nassie in Q2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Rad Torque Systems Electronics to the lanes. That is Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Come on down to the lanes. Box to the lanes for your second qualifier. Super Combo, you are on standby. Up next is Larry Rodenizer with the old yellow Lorco Auto Parts Ford. Going up against Lorenz Schwartz with the Derek Shirk and Bubba Speed Shop 1983 Monte Carlo. Twin Reds on that deal. Schwartz going to go 640 with an 806 miles an hour. Rodenizer 595 at about 14. Up next is John Vandeven and Ray Bollinger. The Murphy's Law, Pontiac Firebird. Will race the ANA and Just Mechanical 1963 Pontiac. Quick cleanup going on the right-hand side of the starting line after Lorenz Schwartz had taken off down track. Making sure everything's set for Ray Bollinger. Vandeven goes 640 at 107 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger 667 at 101. We'll once again bring up Kevin McCulley. With the old school Beetle Automotive Malibu, looks like that car is for sale. And currently races against Ross Walker with the Prestige Chevrolet Chevy 2. Walker bumps right through the beams, and Kevin McCulley will roll on down the racetrack. Well, a botched qualifier for Walker as McCulley goes 790 at 85 miles an hour. And now we'll bring up John DeBag, running the Rad Torque Systems 1989 S10. Races Mal Patterson with the Albion Tireland and Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care 1968 Malfunction Acadian. Wheels up for Patterson, 006 on the tree. Follows her up with a 638 at 106 miles an hour, John DeBag. Gonna go 663 at 102. Dennis Winton and Steve Baskerville both going to put in 736s and 738s, 92 and 93 miles an hour apiece. That'll bring up Jeff Bell and Sylvia Hookstons. The 76 Dark going up against the 1966 Mustang. Chevelle gonna go 606 at 111 miles an hour. Sylvia Hoopston's 759 at 89 miles an hour. Shaylin Svedik burning out past the starting line with the innovated MFG Steve McKenzie Racing Incorporated and Coastal Equipment front engine dragster. Going up against Steve Sheffer with a 1969 Firebird. Bit of a hold on the tree as Svedik, 10.5 red. Goes 571, 118 miles an hour. Sheffer gonna go 726 at 91 miles an hour in the TCS side. From there, we'll bring up Steve McKenzie with that 1971 Chevelle. Steve McKenzie will race against Jamie Wellwood with the TNT Auto Parts 1932 Bantam Altered. Boy, a bit of an awkward launch on both sides on that one. Wellwood way red on the tree. Going to go 693, 115 miles an hour, while McKenzie only goes 720 at 96. We'll bring up Jason Mertzer running Craig Johnson's Cutlass. The CJ bracket racer going to go up against Ken Jansen with the Tiger Tool Plymouth. Well, Jansen wants to go 589, 116 miles an hour. Mercer goes 735 at 115. We'll bring up Aiden Ledre with the Muffler Tuck Automotive Chevelle going up against Craig Johnson now for the BC scale of Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. Wheels up for Craig Johnson while problems set in for Aiden Ledre. Johnson gonna go to the 8th mile at 6:55 at 101. And Ledre on a slow roll. Dave Shirk takes off against Hank Vermeulen. Shirk gonna go 679, 99 miles an hour. Hank Vermeulen 748 at 95 miles an hour. Next up, it'll be Martin Rochelle and Gord Hidberg. The 78 Malibu going up against the Story Excavation Chevy 2 on the far side. Rochelle 641, 104 miles an hour. Gord Hidberg going 594 at 114. That'll bring up Ryan Johnston. Ryan Johnston running that Wealth Management Investors Group 1963 Corvette with a 605 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor. He races against Jan Christensen with the Little Mullet Chevrolet Camaro Z28 from 1978. Double 09 on the tree for Johnson. He'll follow it up with a 529 at 131 miles an hour. Alongside Christian, who goes to a 670 at 100. We are now, of course, working our way back into Radtorque Systems Electronics for their second and final qualifier. Next time you see NoBox up, it will be for Eliminations. Chris Stone, Jim Banky, back up to party once more. Stone going 637, 106 miles an hour. Banky 637, also at 106, separated by just 3 thousandths on the ET marker. Cam Shantz up next for the Roadster. Ted Buss alongside him with the Shawnigan Trucking Roadster. So twin Roadsters on this one. .551, 123 miles an hour, while Buss goes 568 at 119. Now it's Andy Hatton and Steve Thorne. The Bubba Speed Shop and Titanium Autogroup 1969 Camaro Dove the Grinch races up against the 64 Plymouth out of Kelowna. Attention in the pits. We need Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2 for your second and final qualifier. That is Super Combo. Bring them on up lanes 1 and 2 for your second and final qualifier. West Coast Pro Modifies. This is your standby call. Stephen Robert brings up the Evil Bucket Roadster alongside the Straight Line Race Cars Model T Altered of Ron Fawcett. Well, Andy Hatton went 527 at 130 miles an hour. Steve Thorne 630 at 108. Ooh boy. Fossey can go 540, 132 miles an hour. Robert 565 at 119 miles an hour. Next up, it's Colton Moore in the Comox Valley Excavating the Moore Motorsports Race Tech Dragster. Races against Mike Stewart for the Super Chicklet, Ken Specialty Auto, Gibson Racing Transmissions, Bucky's Mini Excavated, and Big Al Motorsports Chevy 2. Moore going to go 506, 135 miles an hour. Mike Stewart going 640 at 106. And that'll bring up Steve Baskerville with the Volkswagen Golf R alongside Kevin Garlock with his Chevy Camaro. Garlock takes off. He's moving. He's going to go 565, 120 miles an hour. Baskerville 746 at 92. Emily Gerard up next. Facing off against Emma Debris Coos. Twin dragsters once again firing down track. Double away on the tree for Coos. Gerard goes 477 to the 144 miles an hour. While Emma Debris Coos goes 563 at 121. Up next, it's Jeremy Soares and Jeff Bell. The Quick Tag Race Cars, Cameron Dragster going up against the 1976 Dart Sport of Bell. Double 09 on the tree for Bell. Those door cars have got some good reaction times on them this afternoon. Soares goes 462, 148 miles an hour. Bell 608 at 110. Now, it's Mike Robinson and Kevin McNichol. The JBS Equipment Crown Vic Rock Transmissions 1927 Ford Roadster goes up against the Rad Torque Systems and defending Super Pro champion 1967 Chevy 2, headed up by Kevin McNichol. Robinson 575 at $1.17. McNichol 642 at 106. Now it's going to be Brad Powell. Brad Powell running the STR Racing Outlaw Custom Truck Parts and Ken Speciato 1967 Chevelle. Goes up against John DeVac for the Rad Torque Systems S10. Powell goes 536, 131 miles an hour. It's back 662 at 102 miles an hour. Now we'll have Craig Johnson and John Braining. The Johnson's Custom Exhaust BC Scale Malibu Wagon will go up against a 1980 Camaro this time by. Craig Johnson, 655, 101 miles an hour. John Braining goes 653 at 106. Now we'll bring up Matt Marshall with a single pass. And the last car of Rad Torque Systems Electronic Qualified. It'll be Matt Marshall with the West Fraser Concrete Terrace Ready Mix Napa, Houston, and Valkyrie Transport 1970 Dart. Oh, sorry, 2 more in electronic. A few more in electronic. Well, he wheeled hard last time. This time, the launch was a bit lackluster as he bumped straight through the beams. So we'll bring up Loren Schwartz. Schwartz run the Bubba Speed Shop and Titanium Autogroup 1983 Monte Carlo goes up against Chris Lloyd out of Oyama, British Columbia with a 1997 Chevrolet Camaro. So we roll into Lord Quadapart Super Combo for the last qualifier of their afternoon before they'll roll into Eliminations. Just saw John Lackey and Steve Vitch go down the racetrack. Sylvia Hookstons and Warren Jacobson are up next. 50-50 tickets are currently being sold by Taryn Monroe. So if you happen to be by the Monroe pits, there are 50-50 tickets up for sale. So that was our last car in Lord Quadapart Super Combo. We're going to be down for about 15-20 minutes while we complete some track prep. And then we'll be into the final qualifier of the West Coast Pro Modifieds. As well as that, Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Doorslammers, we're going to make this your 30-minute standby call. That is 30-minute standby call for the Doorslammers. So once again, if you want to get some lunch, now would be a great time to do it before we get set for our fastest class of the day, the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Cars capable of hitting 200 miles an hour in under 4 seconds. $50-50 tickets are currently being sold as well. If you're interested in buying a $50-50 ticket, look for the woman in the green top, blue shorts, pink hat right now, just out in front of the grandstands on the pit side of the racetrack. So if you want 50-50 tickets, they are right there and ready for you. All right, time to make that call. West Coast Pro Modifies to the lanes. Pro Modifies to the lanes. Pro Mod to the lanes. We're going to bring you into lanes 5 and 6. West Coast Pro Modifies, lanes 5 and 6 for your final qualifier. And just a reminder as well, if the red lights are on and we have equipment on the track, you have no reason to also be on the racetrack. If the red lights are on and equipment is out there, you need to make sure that starting line is clear. We need to make sure the track is cleared, all in the interest of making sure that we are not only being safe, but that we can also go and get ourselves back underway as soon as physically possible. We heard Kevin mentioned that up here earlier today. We are not playing games with that this afternoon. If the red lights are on and machines are on the track, you better be off of it. So going top to bottom through your West Coast Pro Modified qualifying order so far, there are 8 cars that have qualified so far. We'll start bottom to top. Gary Richards right now with the slow time of the session goes 5:71. Had to lift out at 82 miles an hour. Same story for Dale Pedersen, who went 5:67 at 85. Lift out as well for Jacob Skosilas and his Corvette. Only went 481 at 110. At 163 was last year's Doorwarz winner, Dave Kowalski, going 418. Nick Duda qualifies 4th. Bottom car, the top half of the field, and one of the first really fully up-to-speed passes went 408 at 187. For there, David Mendez, 4 seconds flat with a 7 at 192, and then the only 2 sub 4-second and 200+ mile an hour passes, Ryan Griffin with a 396 at 202. And number 1 qualifier by a long shot, Ryan Hayward, running a 373 at 212 miles an hour. Just minutes away from the final qualifying round of Pro Modified. We are about 5 minutes away. So for the drivers, this is your 5-minute warning. And for the spectators, if you wanted to check out the final round of qualifying for Pro Modified, I'd start making your way on back to the staging, not to the stage lanes, to your seats in the grandstands or along the fence line. The pink one. Then somebody blew their whole rear diff out the second throttle here.
So track prep coming along quite nicely. They shouldn't be too much longer. Down to just a few more minutes, I do believe. We've got our pro mods in the lanes ready for their final qualifier. Yesterday, of course, was cut a little bit short. So the decision was made to roll a little bit of yesterday into today. So Pro Mod, X275 and Limited getting an extra qualifier today. That'll be their third. They were actually scheduled for fourth yesterday, so it's not really an extra qualifier. We're just trying to make up for lost time.
So the big question entering this one, can anyone catch Ryan Hayward with that 373 at 212 miles an hour? The next closest car, good quarter second off the mark, so it's going to be a hard ask to see anybody catch up to that 640.
No, that's very true. Ryan Hayward, somewhat in a league of his own these days. That 69 Camaro built by RJ Race Cars, debuted that car earlier this year. Went cross country to Bradenton, Florida to go run in Wes Buck's Drag Illustrated Winter Series, and man, did he ever show up. Competed in the U.S. Street Nationals along with the World Series of Pro Mod. Qualified well in both of those races. Lost a tough race in round 2 at the World Series, and at the U.S. Street Nationals made it all the way to 4 cars. This is in a car that was brand new. Had never been run before. Many in this industry were quite shocked to see the performance of that car basically right out of the shop. So he's on the sheet right now with a 373. I'm not ruling out that we're going to see him go quicker than that in this final round of qualifying. As you mentioned, Ryan Griffin is sitting number 2, currently with a 396. That car has been low 380s. 382, I believe, would be their best ET to date. So it would be a tall order for anybody to grab that number 1 spot away from Ryan Griffin, but it's not impossible. Could happen. It's drag racing.
Well, don't count out Dave Kowalski. Remember, won here at Doorwarz about a year or 2 ago as well with that Crimson Corvette. Usually qualifies quite well. It doesn't look like he's been able to really put a run together so far here in Pro Modified qualifying. But hey, got one more coming on up, so I wouldn't count out Kowalski either in this one.
And of course, way down at the bottom of the sheet is last year's winner, Garrett Richards. We can look for a big improvement from the TPR boys. So you can see the rotator out there making its way back. Big question is, does he park it or does he need to make another pass? We'll know very soon. Dun, 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 dun. Looks like another pass. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Let's make the call now for Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you guys to start making your way to the staging lanes. Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 2 and 3. Once 2 and 3 are full, we'll then start putting you in 4 and 5. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, but we want to fill up 2 and 3 first. Oh, yeah, 5 and 6. We'll spread you out a little bit. Doorslammers to the lanes, please. Doorslammers, bring them down.
Right, you kind of see it right about there through the Remax sign. Oh, yeah.
So once again, we have made the call for Canada West Doorslammers. We need Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes, please.
Good solid field of cars this afternoon, as we have over 200 spread across all classes on the property. I think the biggest one is non-electronics. I think the number I was given earlier was 44 cars in National Tire Wholesale non-electronics. So great to see we're still fielding some great races here at the Titanium Strip, and happy to see the stands full of fans here this afternoon as we get set for our final round of qualifying here for the Pro Modified category. All right, well, we said we weren't going to play many games with unauthorized people near the starting line, and we're going to have to get a little bit mean here. We need to get all of these people that are by the wall behind the fence. All of these people by the wall, they need to go and be behind the fence. And if you have a golf cart up here that has not towed a vehicle up, you should be parking it around the front. Because those golf carts, the golf cart lanes out front here are reserved for tow vehicles that are currently in classes that are running. So confirm one more lap here for the rotator, and then it will also be coming off the racetrack. And we'll be ready to go. When we say golf carts, we are of course referring to Brook Green. Brook Green, we need you to move your golf cart.
The tractor has pulled off the track. Hey, listen up out there in front of the tower. Max Nielsen. Max Nielsen. We need you to move your golf cart, please. Max Nielsen. We need you to move your golf cart.
So first pairing up here for the final qualifier, it's going to be Nick Duda running the Performance World 1963 Corvette. Alongside him out of Tacoma, Washington, going to be Garrett Richards in the 2012 Shelby. Garrett Richards also a multi-time winner here in Pro Modifieds of the Titanium Strip. Even at big profile events like Doorwarz, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder for the Total Performance RCD machine. Was the 2024 champion, has won this race here at Doorwarz 3 separate times, the latest one being just last year in a bit of a chaotic final round where his opponent died after a burnout and he had to bump the beams in order to make the start. He was not allowed to make the full pull for safety concerns. Right now sits bottom of the ladder looking for more.
So Garrett Richards over there in the right lane with a Walt Austin Racing Ford Hemi between the frame rails. Now basically there's 2 cars in the field that run a very unique combination motor-wise for this class. One of them is Garrett Richards in the right lane with, as I just mentioned, a Ford Hemi. The other one is Nick Duda over here, tower side. Runs a small block Chevy. Who does that in Pro Mod?
Well, I mean, it's working for him. Clearly, he's not on the bottom of the boards.
Oh, no one should question Nick Duda. I'm just saying. It's a different way to get there, and, well, Nick does a lot with very little, to say the least.
You gotta have respect for those guys that tend to just make the most out of what little they got. And I mean, hey, he can go routes if he puts the work in and gets some good drives down there.
Oh, absolutely. So Nick Duda with the little small block over here, tower side. Garrett Richards in the right lane behind the wheel of that 2012 Shelby. Here we go. Both cars pre-staged, now staged.
That's more like it. Richards, 418, 131 miles an hour. He'll need to do better. Had to shut the car off a little bit early, but Nick Duda fires in our 3rd sub 4-second pass in qualifying, a 398, but under 200 miles an hour, only going 193. That car has got the launch down.
So Duda drove through an absolute ton of tire shake. Knew it was the 3rd and final round of qualifying and was determined to better his earlier 408, which he did with a 398, doing 193. Now, 193 for that turbo small block Chevy is actually a pretty good number. I believe it might even be a personal best mile per hour.
And that'll jump him to number 2 on the qualifying sheets as well, bumping Ryan Griffin back to 3rd. Ryan Griffin now will look to see if he can better it. Griffin out of Olympia, Washington, brings up the 1967 Mustang with the airport glass and DRG fencing 1967 entry. Alongside him will be Dale Peterson with the 1969 Chevy Camaro out of Dawson Creek.
So we have fire. Ryan Griffin gonna roll up in his 67 Mustang out of Olympia, Washington. So currently sits in the number 2 position with a 396. 521 cubic inch Noonan headed combo between the frame rails of that Mustang. Burnout's done. Both drivers getting themselves backed up. Awesome to see Dale Peterson back out here. It's been a number of years. Very pretty looking blue Camaro over there in the right lane. Peterson from way up north, Dawson Creek, BC. Peterson currently on the sheet with a 567. Not a representative run, so they're still kind of sorting this thing out. So hopefully here in the final round of qualifying, they'll be able to put it together. Again, Ryan Griffin, left lane, already run in the 3s, looking to improve on his earlier 393. Or 396, rather. Looking pretty good. How about 391? So Ryan Griffin does improve, chops 500ths off his earlier run, 203 miles an hour. Dale Peterson also making huge headway on that run, goes 433 at 192 miles an hour. So Dale Peterson is going to be sitting around 5th or 6th by the time this all shakes out, I would take a guess.
And Ryan Griffin going to retake second place on the order with that one as well, bumping Nick Duda down. But, you know, that 192 by Peterson really does kind of emphasize just how impressive the 193 from Nick Duda was, that he went into the 3 seconds, because that's a 1 mile an hour gain, and he did go about 4/10 of a second thereabouts, or 398, sorry. So we will now bring up David Mendez and Jacob Skosilas.
So Dave Mendez, tower side in that green Challenger. Was sitting number 3, got bumped down 1 spot by Nick Duda. So a Noonan-headed combination between the frame rails. Twin turbos. Pretty popular combination here this weekend to see twin 88s. Car put together by RPM Roll Bar. This was originally going to be a back half deal that they just kept cutting. They just couldn't stop cutting, got totally carried away, and in the process built a Pro Mod. So Mendez at it to Layton, Oregon. They call the car the Goblin.
Centerline cross just about for David Mendez. Nearly took out the 330 block. Skosilas going 416 at 180. And Mendez, I think that run will be thrown out, because I think that car, yeah, he did clip the center line. And in fact, he has taken out our 330 block.
Well, I'll tell you, Jake Skosilas saw way more of that Challenger than he wanted to. His driver's side window was all green. Skosilas deciding to keep the hammer down and just try drive away from the danger. The result, a 416 at 180 miles an hour. So it is an improvement over his earlier 481. So that'll bump him up the ladder a little bit. Well, no, possibly not. He was right behind a 414, so.
No, it will not.
Oh.
Does not improve. Well, he improves time, not position.
So scary moment for both those drivers, no doubt. Mendez's car left hard. Went 101 to the 60-foot, but the rear tires were shaking and upsetting the car, to say the very least. So, obviously, we're going to have to replace our 330-foot block. Hey, listen up out there, everybody in front of the tower. Listen closely, please. We're trying to get things a little more organized and a little less chaotic. So, Doorslammers, especially, as you're bringing your golf carts up here, try pull them right up to the front. Don't leave them at the back where they're going to block the next guy trying to get his golf cart parked. So, Doorslammers, if you could accommodate us on that, that would be very, very much appreciated. So, again, trying to keep the starting line area a little more clear this weekend. So the only golf carts we want to see in front of the tower are those that have towed a race car up here. That's fine. You're good to go. If your golf cart has not towed a race car up here, we'd like to see it over beside the tower. There's plenty of room over there. It's just a short walk to come up here and take in the rounds of qualifying or whatever it is you're up here for. And if you are towing a race car, please get it forward, kind of out of the way, make as much room for everybody else as we possibly can.
So Dave Kowalski will currently be lined up, looking like it might be a single pass here for Kowalski. He's currently standing on a 414, 163 miles an hour, but well, this does look like it's been one of the most eventful rounds of qualifying we've had in Pro Modified. So I think that's, 3 of the 4 now that have made major improvements on their time. So Kowalski could very well do the same.
So if you just recently arrived at Mission Raceway Park, want to welcome you to Doorwarz 13. We are thrilled to have you out here with us. Big program to run today. Here we are, final round of qualifying for Pro Modified. Got Canada West Doorslammers lined up behind the tower. Those guys are ready to go for what will be their second round of qualifying this weekend. They'll run eliminations tomorrow. And as mentioned, final round of qualifying for Pro Modified. We're then going to run Doorslammers. Following that will be the final rounds of qualifying for X275, Limited Street, and No Time Index. We're also going to see Top Comp thrown in that mix for their second round of eliminations.
A lot of cars from Top Comp were running right on the money with their dials. Top Comp has been a very entertaining class to watch so far today, and I am very much looking forward to round 2 of that coming up in just a short while here as well.
So, this does look like it's going to be a single for Kowalski. Kowalski, his 2015 Corvette. With a Sonny's Hemi between the frame rails, 521 cubic inches. Seems to be a really popular number cubic inch-wise in the class of Pro Mod. Not 521, probably 526. Well, Kowalski running those Sonny's Hemi heads. Best number for this car, all time, 3.87 seconds. So currently on the sheet with a 414. Venture to say they are looking for a 3 here. Any kind of a 3.
That's not good.
So, you may or may not have caught the blower belt come flying off the car, laying on the track right now, just before half track. So the end result, a 466. Certainly no improvement for Dave Kowalski. Early numbers were looking pretty good. He was .961 to the 60 foot. Now that car typically 60s very, very hard. Often in the .93, .94 range. Still, .96, nothing to sneeze at. 272 to the 330 foot. And I believe it was right about then the blower wasn't happy and ripped the belt off. So safety out there going to retrieve the belt, make sure that it's only the belt as far as any debris out there on the track. So Dave did not exit the track under his own power. His crew's going to come out, rescue the car. That'll just take a moment. Hey, folks. Reach into your pockets, pull out some cash, buy some 50-50 tickets. So I don't know if you recall this morning, but I made a call for volunteer 50-50 ticket sellers and actually got a bite. So the lovely lady in the sparkly pink hat right out in front of the tower is selling 50-50 tickets. Now what I'm not seeing is everybody digging into their pockets to pull out a $20 bill. Come on. That guy's already got his tickets.
Unfortunately, we're out of bands there. We've got another box coming out.
So we're down to just one car for this final round of qualifying, and it is the guy who is at the top of the heap. Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington. Just a little south of here. Across the border, and then it's about a half hour, I would say, to Marysville, maybe a little less. Currently currently sitting number 1 with a 373, 212 mile an hour pass. So being the final car in this final round of qualifying, we've already clearly established that he's going to remain number 1. Everybody did have a shot to take him out in this final round of qualifying, but no one was successful. So now the only thing to determine is, does he stand pat on his 373 or does he improve? So I had a little chat earlier this weekend with Ryan, and I asked him, was it kind of a last-minute decision to go down to Florida at the beginning of this year and run in the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, or was that a more of a longer-term game plan? And he says, oh, it was absolutely longer-term game plan stuff. He says, that's why I built the car, to go out and have the opportunity to be competitive in a field like that. If you're not familiar with the Drag Illustrated series, well, it was a 3-race series, all 3 races taking place in Bradenton, Florida. And all 3 races featured 60-plus cars qualifying for a 32-car field. Ryan Hayward, left side of the racetrack, in code blue. Backing up from the burnout. Absolutely gorgeous 69 Camaro down there on the starting line. Built, well, basically what most would tell you is the best in the business, Ricky Jones. Crew members making a final adjustment on the wheelie bar height. Ton of stuff goes in to making a successful pass in one of these cars. The wheelie bar and its static height is just one of the many tuning tools that they use. How about 377, 202 miles an hour? Does not improve on his 373, but if you can make the thing repeat 370 anything, I'm saying you're looking pretty good for eliminations. So nice job there, just 202 miles an hour, so a little off on the mile per hour for the finish line. So Ryan Hayward and team will take that Ricky Jones built Camaro back to their pit, go over it with a fine tooth comb and get it ready for round 1. So that completes qualifying for Pro Mods here at Doorwarz 13 at Mission Raceway Park.
So we'll roll into our last qualifier for Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Doorslammers. On the far side, it's a car we've already seen in Top Comp today. James Kennedy taking the Big Barry Ken Specialty Auto 2004 Pontiac Grand Am into round 2 of Top Comp. Meanwhile, Dallas Wagner bringing up the NRG Holdings and Wagner Machine 2010 PT Cruiser. Don't see many of those on the road, let alone on a drag strip. But hey, don't let the make and model fool you. That cruiser's got some speed to it. So Wagner pre-stage alongside Kennedy, and both cars launch. Oh boy. Sounds like the PT Cruiser had something go awry, shuts it off early as Canada going to go 690 with a 5, 199 miles an hour, straight to the #1 qualifying spot, while Dallas Wagner going to go 925 at 102.
So Wagner, with his hands full there, decided to give up on the run after the car was moving around a whole bunch in the early portion of the run. A big run for James Kennedy. Big Barry doing what it's supposed to do. Goes 690, 199 to grab a hold of that #1 spot for the time being.
We'll bring up Terry Shaflita with the bow tie refinishing CSN Collision 1997 Firebird out of Langford. Going up against the Kamloops native Greg Field for Jubilee RV and Lorco Auto Parts. That 69 Opel capable of going deep sixes and well into the 220 mile an hour bracket. That's his record as a 6'4" at 227. Has not been able to make that 200 mile an hour pass in qualifying yesterday. Now, with how the track's been looking, this might be the run here.
Terry Shaflita racing for Dad this weekend. Well, Terry racing for Dad, and well, Dad is racing with Terry this weekend. So Greg Field would absolutely love to better James Kennedy's 690 and take over that #1 spot. Little Opel you see over there in the right lane, certainly capable of doing so. So Field and team have really struggled with this car of late, but yesterday made some pretty good headway. Got a decent run out of it.
Oh, tire shake. Field trying to pedal through it, racing out to the quarter-mile mark. Gonna still get around him. No, by 4th thou. Shaflita gets there first, but Field, no, not quite #1. He does go 220, but only to a 691. But how about that? That was a race.
So side by side, 6-second runs to grab the #2 and #3 spots. That's going to bring up Steve Morrison. Check out this 69 Charger in the left lane. The guy owns Malodin. It's out of California, Simi Valley to be precise. You're not familiar with Malodin? Well, they make oil pans for just about everything you can think of, as well as a whole bunch of other automotive products, mostly engine related. Adam DeYoung in the right lane for Artex Racing. So Adam DeYoung turns at 3 thou red, then goes 828. But how about that Charger? 788, 170 miles an hour with license plates. That is cool, and that's a real car. That's not some fiberglass or carbon fiber body shell plopped on a full race chassis. That's an actual 69 Charger. So cool.
We'll bring up Otto Schulte with the still cruising Georgia Straight Line Collision, Associated Tire and Auto, Lorco Auto Parts, Odlum, Brown, Hearing Life, and Rondex Cavalier. Squaring off against Scott Robinson with the JS Speed Shop, Post Farms, Lorco Auto Parts, and Rad Torque Systems Beretta. As both racers again away on the green light. And to the quarter, Otto Schulte going 753, 180 miles an hour. Scott Robinson 762 at 178 as he ticks the speed traps at the quarter.
Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Outlaw 275. This is your standby call. Outlaw 275. This is your standby call. One more time. Outlaw 275. You are on standby. Please get ready to go.
Of course, Comox Valley Excavating, the weekend sponsor here for Doorwarz 13 for the Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Doorslammers. And a big thanks to Knox Valley Excavating for coming on board for yet another season. Dave Warren brings up the Blue Max Bel Air. He'll race against Justin Bond with the JBS Equipment Pontiac.
So Jan Christensen over there in the right lane, behind the wheel of Justin Bond's Pontiac, racing for JBS. Jan, a busy guy here this weekend. Got the dragster in top comp, got Bond's Pontiac in Doorslammers. Jan turns it red by 4, then goes 766, 178 miles an hour in the right lane. Dave Warren with a 788 at 165. Two more. Got the burnouts done, getting ready to go. Paul Stretch and Brad Powell. Paul Stretch in the right lane, Mid-Island Racing. He's the reigning champ. He also captured the championship in 2022 and finished runner-up in 2023. So obviously, Paul Stretch in the right lane. That O2 Cavalier is a tough customer. Brad Powell, Tower Side. 67 Chevelle out of Linden, BC, just across the border. Both drivers leave solid. Stretch to the top first, 724, 191 miles an hour. That's better. He was a little off the pace yesterday. Brad Powell, 843, 158 miles an hour. Now Dale Phillips and Roger Winter. Roger Winter, the 41 Willys. You ever seen that car before, Nolan?
I vaguely remember seeing it once, and that aggressive wing still catches me off guard.
Definitely got that AA supercharged kind of look to it. Set up to go bracket racing. Roger Winter in the right lane. Gets off the gas, he's coasting. Dale Phillips powers through, goes 739, 182 miles an hour.
And Roger Winter got a little bit close to the center line, may have dipped about half of the left front out of the groove and decided, probably not worth it. So he's going to lift out of that one by a long shot, which will bring up Chad Edwin, one of the few trucks that runs the Doorslammers category with the Boulder Excavation Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating 1983 S10. He will square off against longtime competitor in this category, Jason Field. Field running the Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, On Tap Racing 71, Mensker Motorsports, Induction Solutions, and TK Performance 1971 Chevelle, sporting 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor under the hood. Formerly, that car was one that would kind of go low 8s, high 7s. Now, that thing's capable of easily going into the mid to low 7s as well, with some engine upgrades over the last couple of years. Almost identical reaction times, 061 of the tree for both cars. Field going to go 740, 182 miles an hour. Chad Edwin, 828 at a $166. You mentioned Janet Christensen being a busy person. Cam Shantz also working double duty on a couple cars this afternoon. Of course, we've seen their Roadster qualifying in the Rat Torque Systems Electronics category. Now they bring up an 1937 Chevy out of Prince Rupert to qualify for the Doorslammers. Cam's opponent, Ray Rusiani with the Dexy Paws Online Pet Supplies Chevy 2. Wanted to give extra thanks to Courtney Rusiani, the owner of Dexy Paws. Oh boy, chance a little bit close to the left side wall and backs out of it. Rusiani will drive that one out the back door, goes 829 to the buck 62, and in fact, Chance gonna pull it to a stop.
So safety going to go out there, see what's up with Cam Shantz, potentially give him a hand getting his car off the racetrack, if need be.
Well, while we work on Cam Shantz, you may have seen all the smoke up there at the top end of the racetrack. That is the Drift to Gift event that is currently underway. So if you wanted to take a look at some drifting showcasing, we'll swing on down. It is on the parking lot side of the racetrack and all the way down in the road course pits. There are bleachers there so you can observe if you wanted to from a safe location. There are ride-alongs available for $40 a piece. That is $40 a piece. They will be running all day. That is the Drift to Gift event. One of the racers down at the Drift to Gift event is conducting a live stream currently, and all of the proceeds from that are going to the Virtue Foundation. I've taken a couple of ride-alongs of those cars. It's an experience. Let's put it that way. It is an experience, and one that I would happily repeat had I the time.
So Brian Ritchie going to make a single left side of the racetrack. His 68 Chevelle Ritchie Racing engines. That would be Brian Ritchie. Builds a lot of the engines that you see running in this class. Black and beautiful. 68 Chevelle. Is it just me or has he got new back wheels? I think those are new back wheels. Oh, 35 on the tree. Here comes the finish line, and it says 791, 171 miles an hour. straightforward looking A to B pass for Brian Ritchie. Now Mike Kenworthy and Grant Howell. Grant Howell, the very orange 37 Chevrolet that he calls Fast Orange. Been running with the Canada West Doorslammers Association for 23 years. Mike Kenworthy, Towerside, his 1992 Firebird. Illusion Motorsports. Also wants to thank Speed Mart. Mike Kenworthy goes trip zip, but it's red. Trip zip with a 9 red. Grant Howell was very solid on the starting line. 017 through the top end with a 770 at 175 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy 820 at 165. And now Terry Davies. Over there in the right lane, he's going to line up with Darren Buick. Terry Langdon Davies in his 1941 Willys. Cool looking car. TLD picking up his first Wally last year at the National Open. Goes 815 at 160 miles per hour. Darren Buick 862 at 155. And here comes two more.
Henry Zacharias, normally the driver of that 1953 Corvette on the far side, but unfortunately with the broken arm, currently out of action. So Rob Monroe Sr. running double duty with his White Knuckle Racing Model A, as well as running Zacharias' Corvette. He lines up alongside Zach Joyce in the lone Austin of the field with a blown 512 cubic inch motor.
Monroe hauling down the right lane, goes 767, 176 miles an hour. That's more than good enough. Zach Joyce with an off-the-pace run, just 951 off the gas and coasting at just 111.
That is not enough to qualify for the field either. You need to run at least an 899, I believe, if you wanted to make it in. We'll see if he's got a run on the boards that matches that. Oh, 870. Quick correction on that one. That is 879 or quicker you need to run to make the field.
So Paul Debris with an 856. Dale Jansen led the way. Put a 794 on the reader board. Brody Sears, tower side. Well, yeah, now it's on my screen. That makes it much easier. Mike Bedsworth in the Lordco lane goes 010 on the tree. Then 713, 191 miles an hour in that little Oldsmobile. Brody Soares, meanwhile, 772, 177 miles an hour. Now, Dale Grasdale and Mark Thompson. Grasdale with the long burnout, the 68 Chevelle. Mark Thompson electing to keep his burnouts a little on the shorter side. Grasdale from the island, Nanoose Bay. 638 cubic inch nitrous assisted big block Chevrolet. Mark Thompson in his very cool 54 Studebaker. So Grasdale leads the way. Well, except for maybe the first couple of feet, because Thompson definitely had the better reaction time. But at the finish line, it was Grasdale going 7:03 and Mark Thompson going 7:47. That's going to bring up Ken Christensen and Rod Leclerc.
Leclerc was number one entering this qualifying session, quickly got bumped out of that number one spot and is now trying to rally back and steal it back away.
So it almost seems fitting that we'd have Ken Christensen out here on a Pro Mod weekend way back in the day. That 72 Chevrolet pickup truck you see in the right lane was a Pro Mod back in the, well, what we'll call the formative years of the class. Joe Delahaye used to campaign that 72 Chevrolet pickup. Rod Leclerc, the nitrous combo. You see him purging the system down to the pressure he wants it to be at. So Leclerc drives through a bunch of tire shake at about 200 feet. End result, new number one qualifier. He grabs the spot back. How about 672, 202 miles an hour for Rod Leclerc. Nice looking run. Made the decision, as I said, to just ignore the shake, drive through it, and that's not always easy to do, but that's what he did and grabbed the number one spot back.
Now that's making a statement. You don't get to just take my number one qualifier and run away with it. He has got that spot back, and I think that's there to stay.
Well, I'm sure Greg Field would like to disagree with you.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Now Howie Winklehorst and Andy Antle. Andy Antle in the right lane. That 2011 Cobalt you see out of Lacklahash, BC. Antle getting himself backed up from a nice long burnout. Howie Winklehorst opts to keep the burnout a little shorter in his 55 Bel Air. Well, Winklehorse left and Andy Antle didn't. Antle obviously with some issues over there in the right lane. He wants to restage it. You don't get that chance. And what he could have done was just gone ahead and making a run. I don't think he had moved out of the beams yet, but so he's just going to idle it on down there by the looks of it. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Listen up in the pits. 275. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take 275 to lanes 2 and 3. Lanes 2 and 3 for X275. X275, this is your call to the staging lanes, please. So X275 to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for X275. So Limited Street, you're on standby. Please get ready to go. Steve Lowe and Lane Woolley. Lane Woolley, Marcus Family Racing Duster. Steve Lowe picking up his first Doorslammers win a couple of weekends ago. Lane Woolley puts the better number on the board, a 793 at 172 miles an hour. Steve Lowe also doing a $172, but just 821. Now Devin Jansen and Poe Freeborn. Poe Freeborn in the right lane. In the Comox Valley Excavating 67 Shelby. Should mention this weekend's Doorslammer event brought to us by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Freeborn goes 0-12 on the tree and leaves second as Devin Jansen mowed it down with a double 09 light. Poe was to the top end first with a 7-12 at 191 miles an hour, while Devin Jansen just squeaks under the 870 index with an 867 at 151. So we'll go ahead and make the call now for Limited Street. Limited Street, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. Limited Street, this is your call to staging lanes 1 and 2. X275, you guys should be in 3 and 4 or on your way there. We've made the call now for Limited Street to lanes 1 and 2.
Interestingly enough, John DeYoung on the far side, not racing his usual Camaro though, bringing out the Artex Racing and Dreesen Dairy 1951 Chevy pickup this time around with the 615 cubic inch big block Chevy motor under the hood. He races against Mike Lucas, the 2017 Division 6 Top Sportsman Champion, along with the Jags All-Star Qualifier in 2018 and 2019 respectively. That Top Sportsman Camaro racing in Top Comp today as well.
So kind of cool seeing John DeYoung in Tony Dreesen's pickup truck. Hey folks, just a little reminder, if you do not yet have your 50-50 tickets, you are running out of time. The girls have been working hard out there, collecting a lot of money. The winner is going to go home with over $1,000 cash. So you're going to want to get in on this. You've only got about a half hour left to do so. Mike Lucas leads the way. How about 738, 185? John DeYoung goes 832 at 154 miles an hour. That'll put him on the sheet. So as I was saying, there is a ticket selling booth, for lack of a better word, set up over here on the pit side at about 1,000 feet, or near the crossroad through the pits, near the fence. Shouldn't be too hard to find. So once again, you're running out of time. Just a half hour left to get some 50-50 tickets and take a shot going home with a nice pocket full of cash today. I'm not sure how much this will help you, but the 50-50 booth located in pit 80. Like I said, near the crossroad in the pits at the fence, just beyond the 8th mile, a little before the 1,000-foot mark. So if you see the big orange cones at about half track sitting on the guardrails, that's the 8th mile mark, just in case you weren't aware.
Is this Doorslammer qualifying still, Candace?
Let's do a test back.
Oh, okay.
Aiden Katnick. Too much too soon, lights up the rear tires. Wants to get some data out of the deal anyway, so he puts his foot back down, doing 146 miles an hour at the finish. Was doing 158 at 1,000, so clearly off the gas and coasting by the quarter-mile finish line. And now Dad, Tom, going to make a test pass, the 68 Camaro. So both the Mustang that we just saw and this Camaro that we're about to see were bare chassis not that long ago. Tom Katnick likes to take things apart. When I say take things apart, I mean strip it down to nothing. So he has improved on the combination between the frame rails of this Camaro. Don't necessarily have any good details for you, but the idea or the goal was to come up with another 500 or so horsepower. The Katnicks are usually pitted, well, just beyond the finish line. They're not too hard to find, and hunting them down to have a closer look at the paint job on this Camaro is definitely a worthwhile effort.
Tire shake galore. He's going to lift out at 330.
Well, not what they were hoping for, but it is a starting point. So as I'm looking out front of the tower, I see a very familiar face. Hey, welcome back to Mission Raceway, George. We're happy to have you here.
With that, we're going to be down for some more track prep. Up next, it'll be MDK Fabrication Outlaw 275 alongside Limited Street. Will be coming up shortly after them for their final qualifiers on the day. And we'll also get No Time Index, who will be coming up shortly as well. So I guess No Time Index, you can consider yourselves on standby here, with calls being made for both Limited Street and Outlaw 275 to the lanes. And then it'll be back to eliminations with Super Combo out for E1, Top Comp for E2, NoBox and Box for their first rounds as well.
So, folks, as Nolan mentioned, we are going to be down for a few minutes here while we do a little more track prep, get the surface spruced up, and get it to be all that it can be. Just how those radial guys like it. Lots of glue out there. So while we are taking that break, it does provide you with a great opportunity to maybe go pick yourself up an event t-shirt if you have not yet done so. They are available at the Pro Shop. All kinds of NHRA and Mission Raceway Park collectibles and swag available in the Pro Shop. The Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shacks also got lunch on for you.
Well, we can check out the Outlaw 275 rankings currently in qualifying as well as we get sent to enter the last qualifier. Right now, Jordan Brandon leads the way with a 4:28 at 171.6 miles an hour. Justin Gallant, a frequent #1 qualifier here for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, running a 4:28 with an 8, so about 700s off the mark at 170 miles an hour. Rounding out the top 5 is Chris Gould with a 4:33 with an 8 at 163. John Cuglietta, 4:35 with an 8 at 165. And Dan Rodrigue with a 4:48 at 157. Other drivers returning for Outlaw 275. You got all of the fan favorites. They usually come out here. Parm Juanda, Eric McCarthy, Mandy Brooks, Whitworth, Jason Gagnon, Tyler Stamler, Justin Collin is back, Bob Cook is back. Now the name that jumps out to me the most, Peter Lacanis, trying his hand at Outlaw 275 competition. That car has used to run a lot in the Rad Torque System Super Pro category. Then it had a 10-year in the Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Doorslammers. Looking like it's running towards the Outlaw classes now. Of course, topping the sheets in Limited Street. Is that any surprise? It's Max Nielsen. That Mustang that he runs tends to be quick, and he is just shy of the 4-second bracket, a 5:07 at 137 miles an hour. Tej Sanga, Vanessa Richards closing out the top 3 with the top half rounded out by Brad Thomas. Currently a 15-car Outlaw 275 field, an 8-car field for Limited Street. And as I understand it, a pretty healthy no-time index field as well this afternoon.
So I was mentioning the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. We've also got some other options for you. Dave's Barbecue. You're going to find that in the area as well. Also ice cream. That's located right beside the Bouncy Castle, just behind the concession stand. And here's the really good news. We've got a beer garden today. So over here on the pit side of the racetrack, just beyond the end of the grandstands, ice cold beer. So when I said ice cold beer, I wasn't kidding. They've got this cool delivery system that pours the beer at -1 Celsius. Hey, and if you're looking for something to do, although track prep is coming along quite nicely, we've got the Hard Knox Stunt team here with us this weekend, and they're going to put on a show for us coming up at about 3 o'clock. But what's happening basically continuously up at the top end of the track over on the parking lot side, you can quite often see the smoke. They've got a drifting exhibition going on that you are more than welcome to go check out. There's some grandstands where you can seat yourself safely to watch all the action. And here's the cool part. For just $40, you can go for a ride along. So just $40, and that $40 is actually going to go to a good cause. So good cause being you get to have a ride along, but secondarily, we're going to give $40 to
Virtue Foundation.
the Virtue Foundation. So all proceeds from today's ride-alongs going to the Virtue Foundation. So it's a win-win. So once again, time is running out for you to get in on this 50-50 draw. Who doesn't want to go home with a pocket full of cash? Well, the only way to ensure that you will not win is to not buy tickets. However, I don't think there's anybody on the property who doesn't want to win. So therefore, if you don't have any tickets, well, you need to take care of that. So I'm assuming the ladies may or may not still be out and about, but they do have a stationary booth that is located in pit number 80. It's along the fence over here on the pit side of the racetrack. just beyond the 8th mile mark. Again, if you're not familiar with where the 8th mile mark is on the track, that would be where you see the cones up on the guardrail. Of course, there's cones at the quarter-mile finish line as well. The 8th mile would be halfway to those. Well, yes, that lady with the sparkly pink hat is still out there. So right out here beside the timing tower, there's a lady with a sparkly pink cap, and she is doing a brisk business in 50-50 tickets, but she'll make sure you get some. Well, here we go. First pair in X275, final round of qualifying. Dan Rodrigue and Jason Gagnon. Gagnon in the right lane, behind the wheel of that first-gen Nova. We're used to seeing him in his blue 68 Nova. 3rd gen. I do not know the story or the reasons as to why. Rodrigue over here tower side in the boo. His 81 Malibu. Former winner of this race. Nitrous combination over here tower side. Wants to thank Milron Truck Body, Ken's Specialty Automotive, SD Performance, McGraw Metalworks, Color Compass, and Elite Belts. Also NC Engines. Gagnon would like to thank JS Power Sports along with Gen 3 Speed. Oh, this is looking good.
Oh boy, hold on, got a bit of smoke out of Jason Gagnon on the far side of the racetrack. Started spitting out that smoke around just shy of the 8th mile and went all the way down the track, even past 1,000 foot.
So 446 for Jason Gagnon in the right lane. Dan Rodrigue goes 450. So side-by-side runs within 400ths of each other. As Nolan mentioned, we did see a little smoke up there at the top end.
So we'll bring up Mandy Brooks, running the Ken Specialty Auto Diversified Metalworks 1981 Chevy Malibu, racing up against Justin Gallant, the 1985 Mustang Fox Body, with BDL Automotive, Crown Doors, Circle D, Milron Truck Body, Mulder Trucking, Lorco Auto Parts, Edelbrock, Loop Research, and tuned by the Doodas. Justin Gallant pretty much swept every race that he was at last year here at the Titanium Strip. Still looking to see if he can put that car towards number 1 this afternoon. So Mandy Brooks looking to stage up the Malibu. Justin Gallant patiently rolling up beside her. One car staged up, waiting on Gallant, who bumps in. That's looking strong. Justin Gallant, 428, 171 miles an hour. Mandy Brooks, 468 at 153. That
is
Oh,
going to
boy.
leave him just shy. So Justin Gallant had already gone 428 with an 8. In this run, he goes 428 with a 2, and not good enough for the top spot as Jordan Brannon, already number 1, with a 428 with a 1. So by 1,000th of a second, he remains number 2.
Talk about a fight for that top spot, and Jordan Brandon, if he heard that, he's probably sweating a little bit with some of the competition that might be coming his way, but might have a good opportunity to fight back. Just get some insurance on that lead.
So next pair got the burnouts done. Justin Collin and Tyler Stamler going to get themselves backed up. Stamler in the right lane behind the wheel of his S10 that he calls Mini Me. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. No time index. No time index. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need no time index to lanes 3 and 4. No time index. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 3 and 4 for no time index, please. So Justin Collin over here, Tower Side, 83 Mustang. Both these racers want to thank On Point Performance along with Gen 3 Speed. Couple of Albertans, Justin Collin from Airdrie, Tyler Stamler in the right lane from Rocky View. Stamler going to build some boost and throw it in. Goes red by 11th thou. Somebody pedaled it. I didn't see who, but at the finish line, Tyler Stamler goes 440 at 167 miles an hour. Justin Collin with a 478 at 142. So that was definitely an improvement for both drivers as they were in the 6-second zone. So they improved by a couple of seconds, which is pretty significant to the 8th mile.
Colin wondered if maybe might be nursing some damage still from that scuff he had with the wall yesterday. I know he was, I mean, the car looked to be pretty fine. It wasn't a hard scuff or anything like that, but hey, a scuff can still be a scuff, and he was the one that started to pedal it a little bit, got a bit close to that center groove around 330. Might be looking for a few more improvements for the end of the afternoon, and now here's your number 1 qualifier, Jordan Brandon, right now. First, he's number 1 qualifier, but only by a single thousandth of a second. So with a couple of fast cars still coming up, he might be looking to improve just a touch so we can get some insurance on that lead. Assign Money, Milron Trucking, Horsepower Solutions, Team North 2000 Camaro with that Ellis motor will pair up against Eric McCarthy with the SMC Race Cars Mustang. Good solid launch, look out, he's gonna kick the tail end and abort the run as Eric McCarthy gonna go 451, 164 miles an hour. And Jordan Brandon will have to stand on his 428 with a 1 and hope that the 2 cars here are not able to improve.
So McCarthy improves by 4/100ths of a second. That is going to get him around Parm Jawanda for the time being.
So Bree King with the Milron truck body, TNT turbos, HP Solutions, Kinsey Fabrication, Kings Weldon, and Summit Racing 2000 Mustang out of Springbrook, Alberta. That's a brand new car apparently, and Bree making their Outlaw 275 debut this season as well. Alongside is Parm Jawanda with the night shift, Jawanda Motorsports Fox body. And potential issues settling in for Bree as Jawanda is already rolling forward. And Bree's got the door open.
Well, I've been warning you that you were running out of time to buy 50/50 tickets, and you have, in fact, run out of time. 50/50 ticket sales are closed. The ladies will be up here to the tower very soon. We'll make the draw, see who's leaving with the cash.
Good drive for Joanna, 453, 161 miles an hour. And that will improve them up and past Rodrigue by a couple hundredths as well. So Bree King have been pushed out, and maybe we'll see if they can get some life into the car. For now, Limited Street, situated just around the corner, where Max Nielsen stands on a very, very solid #1 qualifying time. But before we get to that, we got a few more yet in MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. Pair of Mustangs on this one of them driven by John Cuglietta, one of them driven by Chris Gould. 2017 Camaro over on the far side of the racetrack out of Spruce Grove, Alberta for CT Automotive. The Predator going up against Balboa.
So speaking of cool paint jobs, check out Cuglietta's car, tower side. I'd say they all fall in the category of gold, but depending on the angle of the sun, that car's a lot of different colors. So Chris Gould over there in the right lane, winner of the most recent event with the West Coast Grudge Series. It was him and Justin Gallant in the final round a few weeks back at Pacific Raceways in Seattle, Washington. It was Chris Gould who came out on top. So no doubt Justin Gallant and crew out for a little revenge this weekend. This is looking strong. How about another 428? That seems to be the magic number. This one with an 8. So, 3 cars on the sheet with a 428. How about that? Cuglietta, meanwhile, left side goes 444 to $170. Wow. Bob Cook testing out the rev limiter over there in the right lane on the burnout.
And that'll get your attention in a hurry.
That thing makes some noise. Jeff Whitworth, tower side. Whitworth with some breakage during testing on Thursday. He did get the car all fixed up, so he should be ready to go. Whitworth currently on the sheet with a 561. No doubt will be looking to improve. Bob Cook over in the right lane. That very cool 1993 F-150 Ford pickup truck. Wow, Whitworth doing a bunch of driving around, finally decides to give up on it. The end result, though, is quite an improvement, a 5:10 at 110 miles an hour. Bob Cook kept the loud pedal down, goes 5.00 seconds, 144 miles an hour. So big improvement for Bob Cook. It's definitely going to move him up the ladder. I'm going to say, well, no, possibly not, because the two guys that were ahead of him, Tyler Stamler and Justin Collin, moved way up the ladder when they ran. They both ran 4s, so Bob Cook's might still be the anchor position. Bob Cook's going to wind up number 13 out of 15 cars. And we are down to just one. Peter Lacanis going to make a single in the Lordco lane, right-hand lane of the racetrack. So Lacanis currently on the sheet with a 5:41. Which would be the bottom position for now. Well, this is looking good. How about 498, 151 miles an hour? So Peter Lacanis with his best run to date in that car. So congrats going out to George and family. Nice job. Good to see it coming around for you. And still plenty of room to improve with a 131.60 foot. There's a ton left on that number, that's for sure. So that's going to wrap up qualifying for X275. The next cars we see coming around the corner will be Limited Street. It's kind of like X275, just with a bunch more rules. Attention in the pits, Super Combo. Super Combo. This is your call to the staging lane. Super Combo, we need you guys now. You are on a ladder, so we'll get you sorted out and eventually put you in 5 and 6. Super Combo. Super Combo to the lanes.
So Max Nielsen, the #1 qualifier to Sturgeon, Alberta, brings out the 1997 Mustang to race against Josh Collin with a 1986 on-point performance Mercury wagon. Nielsen, a driver with lots of experience in the winner's circle at Mission Raceway Park, and would love to put yet another notch on his belt. Both cars stage up. Big wheel spin off the hitch for Josh Collin. Nielsen right out the back door, 5:13, 136 miles an hour. That is not going to be an improvement, but it is a good run nonetheless. Josh Collin, meanwhile, will improve, goes up by a good half a second, goes from 690 to a 642. That is enough to push him into 7th. And the next pairing up will be Josh Hendrick with the complete utility Mustang Fox body going up against Vanessa Richards. Vanessa Richards, a fan favorite in the category, with her Gen 3 speed, Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, Fletcher Green, Jim Clipperton, Crank Fabrication, and Kelowna Chevy Mustang Fox body for Hawaii 5-0. Special thanks going out to Dad, Mom, and Trevor this afternoon.
So Vanessa Richards, one of the cars featured on this weekend's event t-shirt. She was in the winner's circle last year.
Usually comes down between either Max Nielsen or Vanessa Richards going rounds, and if those two ever get together, boy, it is quite a fight out to the 8th mile. The way it's looking, may very well get a similar show this afternoon.
So Vanessa leads the way, puts a 5:39 up there on the reader board, right-hand side of the racetrack, 125 miles an hour. Josh Hendrick with a solid run in the left lane, 5:68 at 124. So Vanessa Richards going to remain in the number 3 spot so far. Did improve on the ET a little bit, but not enough to move up a spot. So currently, Max Nielsen, Ted Sanga, and Vanessa Richards making up your top 3. Speaking of Ted Sanga, he's down there on the starting line. So he's on the sheet with a 5:22. Brad Thomas over there in the right lane currently sits number 4 with a 5:50. Well, both cars get away clean. Looks like Brad Thomas leading the way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 5:04. 141 miles an hour. Looks like something came off the car. Safety will probably go out and have a look at that. 5:04, 141 miles an hour. Brad Thomas goes straight to the top. How about that? 141 miles an hour, 5:04 to the 8th mile. So Sanga with a solid pass, but does not improve on his earlier 5:22. So he'll stand pat on that number and remain number 3 at this point. But big run for Brad Thomas. Well done.
Well, that's not an update we were hoping to hear. Might be a minute here on this one, as there is more debris on the track than anticipated. Reportedly glass on the track, as well, the debris that fell out may have in fact been a window.
Well, that's not great, but it's a whole lot better than fluids. So safety will have to take a moment or two, get that taken care of before we continue on in this final round of qualifying for Limited Street.
Strange enough as that sounds, that's not even the first time this year that that has happened. Seems to be an odd coincidence these last couple of years where you just get all manner of objects that fall off of race cars. I remember a couple of years ago, there was a whole door that blew off the side of an Outlaw 275 car, went flying into the grass on the right-hand side of the racetrack, window and all.
So you can see all the smoke up there at the top end. That would be the drifting exhibition taking place, as mentioned earlier, for just $40. You can potentially go get the thrill of a lifetime. They'll take you for a ride, with all funds going to the Virtue Foundation. So as Nolan mentioned, we had a window come out of, I think it came out of Brad Thomas's car. And safety is dealing with the aftermath of that. Apparently, it broke pretty good. It's not like cleaning up pieces of glass. It's more like trying to clean up glass dust, which is not an easy thing to do if you've ever been down and had a feel of the race surface. What's typical is it's so sticky it wants to rip your shoes off your feet. So if you can imagine trying to pick up tiny little pieces of glass off of a surface like that, they've got a bit of a challenge on their hands right now. So we're going to take a few minutes, give them the time they need to accomplish that. And then we will finish off this round of limited street qualifying. And that'll put their qualifying efforts in the books. And then will be the final qualifier for No Time Index. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to staging. Top comp. We need you to the staging lanes. We'll get you laddered up and paired up as you arrive. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. So Matt Robert is going to be our final entry in this final round of qualifying for Limited Street. Matt Robert out of Airdrie, Alberta for Archon Solutions. So Matt Robert currently on the sheet with a 550. Probably got him back in, I'm going to say, the 6th or 7th spot at this point. He's the final car with an opportunity to improve. Now, there were 2 cars on the sheet with a 550, and the other guy just went 504 to take over the number 1 spot. Let's see if Matt Robert can recreate that. That little S10 sure transfers some weight. The rear end of that truck slunk way down low. End result, a 543 at 133 miles an hour. So Matt Robert does improve. However, I don't think it's going to move him up the sheet at all.
I'll let them know as well.
Matt Roberts actually going to get removed off because his vehicle's underweight.
So here we go. Final round of qualifying for No Time Index. Now, this is an interesting class to say the least. First time we've ever run this here at Mission Raceway Park. So essentially, this is what happens. It's going to be contested on an instant green tree. So there's no yellows to warn you when the green is coming. So once the cars are fully staged, they leave on the instant green, and then scoreboards remain shut off. Nor do they get time slips. They have no idea what they run. So once qualifying is complete, we take your quickest qualifying run, and that will become your index for the race, or your dial for the race. But you don't know what it is. Your competitor doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know what his is. You roll up to the tree, we put your respective indexes in the computer, and you don't even know whose tree is going to come down first. So through qualifying, like I said, it's an instant green, and it won't be staggered. So Scott Warden bounced himself out of the beams. He's not going to get any numbers for this run. So Joel Smith is getting some numbers over there in the right lane, and again, I can't tell you what they are.
I can confidently say, though, that he ran a time. He ran a time. We know that much. It is a time. We don't know what the time is, though.
So now Tyler Smith, his first weekend running with the adults, so to speak. So Tyler Smith and Jason Mercer. Mercer, Craig Johnson's Cutlass. Tyler Smith and Dad Chevelle. Now Jason Gibson, along with Rob Monroe Jr. Now Gibson over there in the right lane, keep an eye on this Mustang, because if it does what it did yesterday, you are not going to want to miss this. Look for the back bumper to be scraping the track. Gibson made 2 runs yesterday. On the first one, there may have been a glimmer of air between the back bumper and the race surface. Not 100% sure, but on the second one, there was no doubt whatsoever. He dragged the bumper for about 20 feet. Well, that was much better. He said he didn't want to fully take the wheelie away. He still wants to have some fun, but he needed to settle it down a little bit, which he did.
Sounds like the wheelie from yesterday was Craig Johnson approved based on the wheelies he's been pulling off throughout the opening months of this season.
Well, he was probably up just a tick higher than Craig Johnson, I'm going to say, but good to see he's got it settled down. Gord Hidber and Reese Picarello out there. Picarello in the 55. Well, Nolan, with that said, I'm going to go prepare for round one. I'll be back up here a little later.
And we'll keep rolling on through as the Tiger Tool Camaro set to make yet another run. Ken Jansen and Steve Shepard, the next two to run down track. And with two more complete runs, Bobby Ehlers and Ernie DeMarco, the next two down track. And again, that is one that will see two complete passes, with the next pairing being Sean Martin with the baby onboard Pontiac alongside Rob Getz with that 2024 Ford F-150. A lot of wheel spin for Sean Martin off the hitch, trying to chase down the pickup as Rob Getz will be the first one to get there. Bit of a hiccup from Martin on the hitch. We'll look for more come eliminations later today. Ryan Ledre, the next one up against Scott Kolodichuk. So we'll roll into the first round of eliminations for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Indexes can range from 1090 to 990 to 890. Most drivers running the 1090 index, I believe there are 2, running the Super Gas Index of 990. One of those 2 is Glenn Eagledon, the driver to Surrey running the 1969 Corvette, dials in 990. To John Lackey with a Lackey Racing Acadian, dialed in 1090 for the 1966 Acadian. Two green lights as both cars take off down track. Double breakout. Eagleton got there first. Under by more. Lackey moves on into round number 2. Bringing up Martin Rochelle now and Brad Vinci, both dialed in at 1090. Both running Chevrolets. One is a Malibu. The other for BNC Racing. Yet again, 2 green bulbs. This one decided at the quarter. And a breakout for Brad Vinci. Vinci got there first by 19 thou, but in doing so goes under by 4. So a big mistake from Vinci will send Martin Rochelle in to round 2. Next up, Sylvia Hookston's running Jerry Epps' old Mustang. Dials in 1090. To Kirk Lentz for the 8 Tristan Mechanical Camaro running the 990 index in the gasser. Quarter mile mark. Hookston's gets there first, under by a 10th. Kirk Lentz moves on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need National Tire, non-electronics to the lanes. That is NoBox. Make your way down to the lanes. NoBox to the lanes. And stand by. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Warren Jacobson up next against Dan Parsons. Both run to the 1090 index. And this time to the quarter mile, it'll be Warren Jacobson. Gets there ahead by 13 thou, Dan Parsons. Only 2 thou off the mark, but was bested on the tree. Steve Veitch will be the last one up. Was set to race against Curtis Munson, but the 1981 Malibu out of Sakelt looks like has had issues. So Steve Veitch will be out on a single pass. That'll close out Super Combo. We roll into top comp for the first round of eliminations at the 8th. Andy Hatton, running the Bubba Speed Shop at Titanium Autogroup. Camaro dubbed the Grinch, dials in 527. Dale Phillips dials in the Mustang at 471 as we roll into our second round of eliminations for top comp. 1, 2, and 1 is red. It's Dale Phillips. 100th red on the tree. Lifts out early. Andy Hatton is moving to round number 3 in the quarterfinals. Up next will be Mike Lucas on the far side against Adam DeYoung. The Artex Racing Camaro going up against the Top Sportsman Camaro, 526 to a 474. Both drivers away on green lights. And this one gonna be Adam DeYoung moving on as Mike Lucas got there by 11,000 of a second, and Mike Lucas goes under by 5. So we'll bring up Scott Robinson and Rod Leclerc. Leclerc will be leaving second with the Paradise Homes 1967 Camaro. He races alongside Scott Robinson, who dials in 489 in the 1994 Beretta. The JS Speed Shop, Post Farms, Lorca Auto Parts, STR Racing, and Rad Torch Systems machine will leave first. Two red lights on that one, and Robinson, the worst offender, a 10th.5 red. Leclerc only 0.08 red. So Rod Leclerc will move into round number 3 in the quarterfinals. Pair of dragsters are the next ones up. Logan Bell is here on the TCS side with the Comox Valley Excavating 2018 dragster with a 632 cubic inch Rieger motor. 1,450. Dialed in at 479 is Emily Gerard for Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical in the undercover dragster. Two greens, 8th mile. It'll be Bell taking it on a double breakout and got there first to boot. The official margin at the line between both was a trip zip with a 5, but that said, it did go to a double breakout. An 0.26 to an 0.18 will make that about an 8,000th of a second race. And looking like, well, got one more. So the second to last, well, the last pair and 2 of the last 3 cars going to be Paul Soares and James Kennedy. Paul Soares running the Quick Tech Race Cars Bel Air, dials in 476. James Kennedy running the Ken Specialty Auto Grand Am, dialed in 444. Red light for Kennedy, no dice. Paul Soares moving on. And that will just leave Andy Antle, 2011 Cobalt. And in fact, this is going to be another attempt at a Doorslammer qualifier. Andy Antle was the one car that did not have a chance to qualify, had fully staged, and they're going to give him another hit. Straight down to the quarter mile, a bit of a soft launch, and it will go 740 with the Ford, though. 185 miles an hour. More than enough to make the field. So our next class up will be the biggest one of the day, and it'll be for first round of eliminations as National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics rolls around the corner, ready to the party. We'll start it off with Claudio Fisher and Jim Banky, the Viewpoint Construction Camaro, racing against the Rad Torque Systems Bucky's Mini Excavating Plymouth Barracuda. 692 to a 641. Fisher only 6th out of the mark, but down by almost half a second on the tree. Jim Banky moving into the next round. Next up, it's another Jim, but this one is Jim Stahl. The Mustang out of Tulalip, Washington will dial in 684. Rob Monroe Jr. on the far side with the Horizon Paint and Auto Body and Gibson Racing's Transmissions 1969 Acadian will dial in at 659. Red light start for Jim Stahl. Left too soon, given the win. So Rob Monroe Jr. and yet another Mission regular making his way into the second round of eliminations this afternoon. Next up, we'll bring Jen Stoutenberg, running the 1980 Malibu, dialed in at 770. To Dennis Winton with the Shaggy Bel Air, who dials in at 736. That one goes the way of Winton. Got there 0.04 of a second quicker. As we'll now bring up Steve Baskerville, that's 2-liter 2016 Golf R, dialed at 741, not 641, 741. Will leave just a 10th earlier than Jeff Nyland in the Blue Bin JK Speed Shop and Curtis Tire 1985 Chevy pickup. Jeff Nyland going to go 734 with that one, as Baskerville will be going home. Jeff Nyland moving on into the next round. And our next pairing, it's John Zback and Ross Walker. The Rad Torque Systems S10 pre-stages first to the Precious Chevrolet Chevy 2. 665 to a 640. Quarter second difference on the tree. Separated by 1 thou on the tree, and a breakout for Ross Walker. Walker got there by 25, goes under by 15. John DeBack moving on. Now we'll bring up Bobby Ayers with the Junkyard Dog Mustang Fox Body. And in fact, it's a pair of Fox Bodies, because alongside him is Danny Long. One of these cars, though, definitely a bit quicker than the other. 651 to an 8-second dial. Ayers will have to give him a 1.5-second head start to Long. Now the question is, can he run him down? He does, and he'll take it on a double breakout. Danny Long got there by a 1/10.5 first, but went under by almost 2/10 in doing so. Bobby Ayers is through. Travis Freeze running the Cadillac. 006 on the tree. Can Colin Jackson get him? He didn't get there first, but he will take it anyway on a 7th thou breakout. So, we have 50-50 tickets. 50-50 tickets. We have made the draw. We have a winner. As Mike Render will take out Kevin McCauley on the red light, we'll say this out quickly here. Check 50-50 tickets. The winning ticket is 4905768. That is 4905768. 4905768. There is $1,985 waiting for the ticket holder of 4905768, and that ticket holder has 13 minutes and 20 seconds to claim that prize, starting now. Red light for Dave Shirk. Couldn't be patient enough on the tree, and Dallas Nash with a higher dial and going to trio. Next up, it's Chris Stone and Mitch McCartney. The Willowbrook Motors, Lord Auto Parts, BG, Wagon Master, Mopac Auto Supply, Dodge Charger facing off against the 67 Falcon. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Rad Torque Systems Electronics to the lanes. That is Rad Torque Systems Electronics to the lanes. Box, bring them on up to the lanes for first round eliminations. So just hold it for the time being. Apparently a belt of some description on the racetrack, so see the crews making sure everything is fine out on the top end. Once again, we are looking for the winning ticket. That is 4905768. There is $1,985 waiting for you. By my count, you got about 10 minutes to come up here and grab it, or we're giving it to someone else. Fish McCartney out ahead of Chris Stone, and that one going to go the way of Stone as drives around McCartney absolutely treat him. Our 50-50 prize has been claimed by a longtime mission attender, Ken Brunt. Ken Brunt, congratulations on winning the 50-50 draw this afternoon, and thank you everyone for buying in. Better luck next time. Tyler Smith, in his debut race in the big leagues, going to turn it red in round number 1 of eliminations. Mal Patterson going to be moving on into round number 2. We'll bring up Jeff Bell and Rob Getz, the 76 Dart, facing off against the 5-liter Ford Mustang. The 5-liter Ford F-150. That is not a Mustang. Don't know where the heck that came out of. Red light for Bell. Rob Getz will move on. Next up, it's Murphy's Law. John Vandeven brings up the 1968 Pontiac Firebird with a 640. Brandon Piskacek with the Buick Racing and Motor Canada Thomas Mustang going 835. Brendan Piskacek moves into the next round, knocking out Murphy's Law. Now it's Old Yeller. The Lorco Auto Parts 1946 Ford of Larry Rodenizer dials in 595. Meanwhile, on his other side, down to the 737 is the CJ Bracken Racer 1984 Cutlass of Jason Mercer. Running Craig Johnson's car. Dual red lights, 070 red for Rodenizer, and the winner, only 016 red. Mercer moves on. Now, it is Giovanni Alaperti, it is Terry Monroe. Alaperti going to have to be real patient here. He's got a near 5-second wait on the line as Terry Monroe dials in 1060 in the A&M Marketing Zapstrap Racing Blazer. Alaperti only a 567. Well, didn't go the way Terry Monroe was hoping for. As Terry Monroe left, bumped through the beams, went way red in the process, and Giovanni Alaperti will get the freebie into the next round. Next up, it's Craig Johnson. It is Steve McKenzie. The BC Scout Johnson Customs Exhaust Malibu dialed in 657 and McKenzie's Chevelle at 660. Very little separating these two cars. Wheels up for Johnson. To the 8th. Easy win. Treed McKenzie by almost a full 10th. So Craig Johnson will move into the next round. Steve McKenzie sitting just a little ways back still. Now Jamie Wellwood and Shaylin Fedek. The next two up. Two vintage cars, one a 1932 Bantam Alter for TNT Auto Parts, dials in 540. The other, a 1970s front-engine dragster for Innovative MFG, Steve McKenzie Racing Incorporated, then Coastal Equipment, dialed in at 573. Oh boy, Jamie Well will get a bit close to the left side wall, lifts out of it, and that'll give it to Shaylin Zvetic. A front engine dragster moving on into the next round. Went 582 on the 573. Easily gets there out in front. And for the next pair. Steve Sheffer brings up the 1969 Pontiac Firebird. He'll dial in at 730 with that 406 cubic inch small block Chevy motor, going up against Alex Eburn. A 565 cubic inch big block Chevy motor for the Nova for Ansel Towing, dials in at 630. Sheffer turns on the red light. And Alex Eburn is going to move on into the next round. Now we'll bring up Rob Monroe Sr. with a white knuckle racing 1931 Model A. Brings up a 541 and over 2-second advantage to Hank Vermeulen, running the 1986 Chevy Camaro. Hank will be leaving first by some distance. And Monroe could not be patient enough. 3/10 red on the tree, and that'll be a loss for Senior, as Vermeulen gets the free pass into the second round. Up next, it'll be Sylvia Hoogstens with the 1966 Ford Mustang. She dials in a 761. Ray Bollinger with the A&A and Just Mechanical 63 Pontiac will bring up a 668. It'll go the way of Bollinger. 9/1000ths of a second, the margin of victory on that one as Bollinger drives around Sylvia. Sylvia now out in round one in 2 categories. We'll bring up Aiden Ledre and Daniel Piskacek. The Muffletech Automotive Chevelle dials in at 833. Piskacek. We're running the Buick Racing Machine. Dials in 933. Ledre going 885, 70 miles an hour. Piskacek, 1019 at 63. Ledre moves on as he passes him by half a second. Next up, it's Ken Jansen and Jessica Armstrong. The Tiger Toe Plymouth dialed in at 589. Jessica Armstrong for the A&A Marketing Dodge dialed in at 847. Also has a new weekend sponsor of Unk Racing. UNK Racing sponsoring Jessica Armstrong this weekend as, well, she's unfortunately going to go out on a red light as Jansen will move on to the next round. Lorenz Schwartz then will have the bye, and that will finally close out round one of eliminations for National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics. Oh, sorry, one more. Jim Banky and Steve Baskerville. Oh, this is, sorry, this is electronics. So we do roll into Doorwarz Systems Electronics as Jim Banky and Steve Baskerville will be the first pair up, 641 to a 744. The Doorwarz Systems of Bucky's Mini Excavating Plymouth goes up against the 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf R. Baskerville's usually good, but Bank is a tough customer to beat, and it will not be a fight that Baskerville wins today. He may have only been 003 off the dial, but with Banky treating him by 003, with a 003 light up by over a 10th and a half, no contest. Banky's moving on. So the next pair, Colton Morin and Emily Gerard. Morin running the Comox Valley Excavating Morin Motorsports Race Tech Dragster dials in 506. Emily Gerard running the Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical Titanium Autogroup Dragster dials in at 478 for the 2001 Undercover Dragster. And to the 8th. Colton Morin may be out in top comp. He is still very much in it, though, in electronics, as Colton Morin drives around. Emily Gerard stays out in front to remain in round 2. Next up, it's Jan Christian, and it's John Taback. 674 to a 665. Little Mullet will race against the Doorwarz Systems S10. Jan Christian taking his time and bumping forward. John Taback already pre-staged. Top end. Taback gets it on a double breakout. Emma Debris Coos and Cam Chance. The next pair up, the B&D Lift Truck, Shotgun Truck, and Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, Bowtie Ventures, Art Morrison Dragster, dials in 560 to Cam Chance's Roadster, dialed in at 551. Two green lights. Coos with the whole shot, but she goes under. Got there by 3/10, went under by almost 2 1/4. Chance is going to be moving on to the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Modified, this is your 25-minute standby call. Pro Mod, this is a 25-minute standby call. 5 minutes. Ted Buss, moving on. Ryan Johnston takes himself out on a breakout. As burnouts are complete for Stewart and Robinson. Want to once again remind folks that we do, of course, have the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming on up towards the end of electronics. That will be taking place around the local Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. So during the track prep session after electronics, we will have a drift stunt show going on down here towards the starting line. You'll not want to miss that. That's followed up by first round of eliminations for Pro Modified. Breakout for Robinson. Stewart's moving on. Boy, track is fast today, and that is evident by the amount of breakouts that we've been seeing in these first 2 rounds of eliminations. Jeff Bell and Ron Foster, the next one up, the 76 Dart Sport going up against the 23T Straight Line Race Cars Altered. Foster's in pursuit. Bell trying to stay in front. Bell gets him on a whole shot. Stays out in front and gets him by a 1/10. Meanwhile, Jeremy Soares and Steve Thorne are now ready to rumble. With burnouts complete, Jeremy Soares in the dragster for Quick Tech Race Cars. Dials in at 462. Steve Thorne dials in at 612 with the Plymouth. Jeremy Soares clinches that one. Drives around Steve Thorne. Good showing there for Soares. As we'll now bring up Kevin Garlock and Andy Hatton. The 1971 Chevrolet Camaro dials in at 565. Hatton run to the Bubba Speed Shop and Titanium Autogroup 1969 Camaro, dubbed the Grinch, will dial in at 527. You see some slight cleanup going on the right lane on the starting line, right in front of Andy Hatton. As they make sure everything is set to go, getting a bit of extra glue put down as well. Both drivers sitting patiently. Once again, the Hard Knox Stunt Show due to kick up just about immediately after the conclusion of our first round of eliminations for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. As both cars have been given clearance to move forward. And that one goes the way of Hatton. Hatton making the driver on Garlock. Garlock had a whole shot, but Hatton quickly gets him on the top end charge. Moves on to round 2. So next up is Braining, and next up is Robert. The Camaro versus the Roadster. 644 to a 567. It's a hot day out there. If you're needing some ice cream, Piston Parlor is open for business down by the Bouncy Castle. Check out Piston Parlor, get yourself some ice cream. And of course, Dave's Barbecue on the property today as well as Barry and Shelley Espresso is open as well. Breakout for John Brady on the last one, and this one will be a breakout for Martin Rochelle by 3 thou. Paul Soares moving to the next round. Once again, if you're in need of some refreshments today and something chilly, well, Piston Parlor's got you covered down by the Bouncy Castle. One of the vendors we have on scene today, as well as Dave's Barbecue. Get yourself some good old hot dogs. As well as pulled pork. Brad Powell and Greg Dowdy, the next pairing up here as we continue to fight our way through electronics. The Chevelle versus the Mondin Dragster. One for Rad Torque Systems on the far side, $1,494. One for STR Racing, Outlaw Custom Truck Parts, and Ken Specialty Auto, $1,536 on the left. .009 to a .006 on the tree. Follow that up with a 12 thou margin of victory. Brad Powell, a total 13 thou package. Not a bad run at all. Puts Brad Powell in round number 2. That's the type of package that could win you races. Kevin McNichol, Steve McKenzie up next. Rad Torque Systems with the Chevy 2 over here for your defending Super Pro champion, down in 644. About a ball back at 684 is Steve McKenzie in his Chevelle. Red light start for McKenzie. Kevin McNichol goes forward. Next up, it'll be Lorenz Schwartz and Chris Lloyd. Pair of green ones, one is quite green. Chris Lloyd gonna break out, and Lorenz Schwartz is moving on. Gord Hidmer, sorry. Unfortunately, not going to move on as he goes red by 0.4 of a second. Chris Stone moving on now. Craig Johnson and Alan Mackham. 657 to a 561. This will be the last pairing in round one of Rad Torque Systems Electronics. The Johnson's Customs Exhaust BC Scale Malibu Wagon dials in 657. The JBS Equipment Pacific Power Battery 67 Nova dials in 561. Two green lights. Mackham chasing Craig. 8th mile. Craig Johnson breaks out by 0.3 of a second. And just like that, a Titan at the racetrack falls to Alan Mackham in round one at Doorwarz. Massive upset there in the opening round of eliminations. And with that, we will close out round one for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Stick around, though. We got track prep, yes, but to keep you entertained, we got the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming on up in a few minutes. And as well as that, the Pro Modifieds are up for a first round of eliminations right after them.
All right, is it working? Grab yourself a bite to eat. We've got all kinds of food down there, ice cream. Eat as much as you can, then go straight into Bouncy Castle. Jump around for a bit. Hard Knox Stunt Show coming up in just a couple minutes.
With Charles. So Charles, as soon as we call action, well, as soon as the floor's locked up and we're ready to go, you can let Casey introduce us, and maybe over the radio you can say 3, 2, 1, go for us. Okay? So we're all set and ready to go.
Copy that. So I'll have. Copy that. So I'll have Casey introduce. Mind introducing them?
The stunt team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Hard Knox Stunt Show?
No one compliment that, not all of them.
This is where the actual stunt fixer usually happens. He's running the show.
So Justin, you're quick to start?
With an open mic, so that first we're going to announce it over the microphone and over the radio.
So Casey?
Yes.
I'm going to give you this,
Sounds good.
and you can introduce the show.
Okay.
Thanks.
Just say it.
Yep. Get ready for the Hard Knox Stunt Show.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, and
Oh, okay. All right. Oh. Good afternoon, folks. Thank you for coming out to the Mission Raceway. We have the Hard Knox stunt team, and let's have some fun.
Okay, guys. 3, 2, 1, and go.
It's on now. All right, here we go, guys. All kinds of sponsors helping us out. Who's helping these guys out, Charles? Charles. All right, here we come. The ski truck coming first. Gaston coming around in the ski truck on 2 wheels. I don't know if you know about acting, but if you're not a good actor, you become a stuntman and throw yourself off a building and drive cars real fast sideways. Here they come. Jake Ree, Alex Steins, Shelby Morrow coming through, as well as Arlana Green. Cassandra will be coming up. Gaston going around the outside in the ski truck. Here they go back out. What do you think, Mission? Pretty good so far. Keeping it on two wheels, almost lost it. Gaston coming back, our second wave, here they come. We got the drone flying around in there as well.
Then we're introducing the lady drivers. Starting off with Alana, followed by Cassandra, and last but not least, Allison.
If you see all those cameras on Cassandra's car, that is the live stream cameras. This is live right now on the internet. Oh, switching directions. No room at all. All right, circling around the outside, and there they go out. I want to try that Corvette. That looks fun.
Hard Knocks Drift Show. Give it up.
All right, there we go. That's our stunt show. Back again in a little while. Head on down to the far end. They're doing charity rides. You can jump in a drift car and rip around out there, and we'll be back in a little while.
I'll give a quick shout out to Mission Raceway Park and our sponsors, SCG Performance, Action Tire from Surrey, Dark Lotus Drift Team, Zestino Tires, The Real Stunt Driving School, that's Rick Pierce, Greens, Wheel Repair, they're based in Richmond, I believe, Joe at Augmented Racing, Fountain Tire from Chilliwack, Canadian Tire, Richmond North, and this year's Drift to Gift proceeds will be going to the Virtue Foundation. Once again, give it up for the Hard Knocks Stunt Crew.
Stunt crew making some smoke, having some fun, banging into each other. Here comes that Corvette. That's my favorite one.
Okay, so we're coming over.
What do you think? Gaston Morrison, Jay Gree, Alex Stein,
The
Shelby
first out of the
Morrow,
car, here we go.
Orlana Green, Cassandra Ebner, Allison Pickett.
Big thanks to Gaston, Orlana. We got Jay, Trevor, Allison, Cassandra at the end there, and Shelby at the back. There's an Alex somewhere. Oh, there's Alex right over there. Hey, if you'd like to come in, I've got something for you. Whoa, we got a nice fat check here from Fountain Tire for the Virtue Foundation. Being given to Casey here for $500. That's a nice donation. Thank you.
All right, do you want to say anything?
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I want to thank everybody for donating to the Virtue Foundation, and let's have a great day. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, just remind you again, so all day you've got the Drift to Gift. It's going to be down at the bottom of the drag track on the right. So it's $40. You can jump in these cars, and you've got a live, virtual live setup there, and interactive with Cassandra at the end. She's got the cameras going, and you can watch it on interactive TV, the Twitch TV, Nerds for L. She'll tell you about it. $40, it's going for a good cause. Give it up. Thank you, guys.
One more time, a big round of applause to the Hard Knocks Stunt Team and an absolutely legendary performance as per. They'll be back with more this afternoon.
Woo! Give it up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, Pro Modifieds are just a few moments away. And for our Pro Modified competitors, if you're not up there, you might want to get on up here. We're not calling you yet, never mind. Still got about 10-15 minutes of the Pro Modifieds, but you are on standby, so be ready to go for your first round of eliminations.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You know, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than the Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
Hey, attention out there in the pits, the stands, wherever you may be, listen up and listen close. We need the owner of a gray Honda Civic license plate LL768P. You need to return to your vehicle. That is a gray Honda Civic license plate LL768P. You need to return to your vehicle immediately, please.
So round one of Pro Mods coming up. Qualifying is done for all classes other than Top Fuel Harley and Doorslammers. Track prep underway, gonna make the racing surface be all that it can be. So I do believe that the tractor is out there making its final lap. Following that, we're going to have opening ceremonies, and then we will roll into round one of Pro Mod action. So we qualified 8 cars, and we've got 7 of them showing up for round number 1. Unfortunately, Dave Kowalski not able to make the call here in round 1. Dave Mendez is going to get the freebie, a competition single. Other pairings look like this. Jake Skokolis will be taking on Nick Duda. I do believe that's going to be the first pair we see come around the corner. Ryan Griffin will face Garrett Richards. As mentioned earlier, Dave Mendez is going to get the freebie, the competition single. And our number 1 qualifier, Ryan Hayward, will be taking on Dale Peterson. So following this opening round of Pro Mod, we are going to roll into Q2 for Top Fuel Harleys. Pro Mod bike will follow them. Then Canada West Doorslammers. And then we will touch up the surface a little bit and roll into round one for X275. So have you seen this weekend's event t-shirt yet? Features all of last year's winners in the heads-up classes. Specifically, Vanessa Richards, Justin Gallant, and Garrett Richards. 3 Mustangs. Well, I guess I lied. I'll apologize for that. I was under the impression the tractor was making its last lap. Clearly, it made a liar out of me, but I'll take the blame. So they are pouring cold beer at -1 Celsius in the beer gardens. Sounds pretty good to me. So big shout out to Thomas and TVC, Total Venue Concepts, helping us out with track prep here this weekend. TVC, the best in the business, without a doubt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go with round 1 of Pro Mod. But before we do that, I'm going to ask everyone to remove your hat. Please stand and for the playing of the U.S. national anthem, followed by the Canadian anthem. And please remain standing for the playing of the Canadian national anthem. All right, folks. Here's what you came here for. Round 1 of Pro Mods, baby. Jake Skokolis coming up in the Lordco lane, right-hand side of your racetrack, in a 2017 Corvette. So 53 years separate these body styles, as Nick Duda is also driving a Corvette. His a model number or model year 1963. So drastically different combinations. Skokolis with the blown Hemi between the frame rails. $521 cubic inches of Brad Anderson engineering. Now over on the tower side, we've got Nick Duda in his little small block Chevy. Just 393 cubic inches. Got some Edelbrock 23-degree heads on it. Now that's not exactly exotic high-performance stuff in the world of Pro Mod. 3 bulbs LED Duda, gonna build some boost and chuck it in there. Wow, what a great drag race, and it is Nick Duda moving on. Personal best numbers Moving on to round number 2, Nick Duda goes 388, 195 miles an hour. I believe those are personal best numbers. Gonna say I do believe those are personal best numbers, both the ET and mile per hour. Possibly you just witnessed the quickest run ever by a small block Chevy with small or stock bore spacing. Absolutely unreal performance out of that little small block Chevy. Skokolis was there. He was ready. 422 at 180 miles an hour, just not enough to get it done. And actually, the race was over instantly as Skokolis turned it red by 20 thousandths. So Nick Duda moving on to round number 2 while posting personal best numbers. Congratulations to Duda and team. Once again, we're going to pair up 2 similar cars, both drivers driving Mustangs. Just 45 years separating these body styles. So last year's winner, Garrett Richards, over there in the right lane. Ryan Griffin, over here, tower side. Ryan Griffin, the 67 Mustang that you see, tower side. Oh, Ryan Griffin, 521 cubic inch Noonan headed Hemi. Of course, Garrett Richards over there in the right lane with that very unique, very cool Walt Austin Racing Ford Hemi. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Doorslammers, we need Doorslammers. Doorslammers, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3. Lanes 2 and 3 for Doorslammers. We'll put the overflow in lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Doorslammers, this is your call to the lanes. We need Doorslammers to lanes 2 and 3, overflow into 5 and 6. We'll give a standby call to our radial classes. So X275 and Limited Street, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. It's going to be Garrett Richards getting there just slightly ahead, but the win light is on for Ryan Griffin. Richards turned it red by 10 thou. Then went 388 rather at 193 miles an hour. Ryan Griffin produced the better numbers at both ends of the track. He had a green light, then went 384 at 205. So Griffin comes up just a little bit shy of personal best numbers, as the quickest they've gone to date in that car is 382. Highest mile per hour is 207. Nevertheless, they got the win light and they're moving on to round number 2. So tough break for Garrett Richards, last year's winner. Takes himself out on the starting line with a 10 thou red light. Now, that's not a big red light. That's a tiny red light, especially in the world of Pro Mod, contested on a Pro 410 tree. Boy, easy for me to say. So we're getting the all clear from safety. We can go ahead and fire up the next pair if the next pair was actually going to be a pair. It's going to be a single. Dave Mendez gets the freebie here in round number 1. Dave Kowalski not able to make the call. Tough break for Dave Kowalski and team. Now Dave Mendez gets the single. As mentioned, Kowalski not able to make the call here in round number 1. So Mendez behind the wheel of the Goblin. 2025 Challenger with a Noonan-headed twin-turbo combination between the frame rails. RPM roll bars take credit for the construction of this car. Now, it originally went into the shop, they were going to do a back half, which is essentially cut the rear portion of the frame out and replace it with frame that'll allow you to put 4-link suspension in the car. Well, and they just kept cutting. Next thing you know, they've got a full chassis Pro Mod on their hands. Well, Mendez was our number 4 qualifier, went exactly 4 seconds. Good looking run there in the right lane. How about 396 at 196 miles an hour? Best numbers of the weekend so far for Dave Mendez in team. So looked like he elected to drive through the early tire shake. Didn't look too bad, but it was definitely there. Post some good numbers here in round number 1. That's some great data with which to head into round 2 with. So congrats going out to Dave Mendez and team. We'll see them back up for round 2. And now, Ryan Hollywood Hayward coming up left side of the track, going to take on Dale Peterson. Couple of 69 Camaros, both of them absolutely beautiful cars. Dale Peterson's going to be in the right lane. Twin turbo combination over there in the right lane for Dale Peterson. Ryan Hayward with the Pro Charger. Essentially, it's a blower that kind of looks like a turbo, directly driven off the front of the engine. Ryan Hayward, our number 1 qualifier. This car has done nothing but go A to B and post 3-second time slips. Code blue. So it's going to be Ryan Hayward left side, Dale Peterson right side. Pro Charger versus Turbo. Peterson building some booze, puts it in. Oh, yeah. Ryan Hayward goes 385, 204 miles an hour to turn the wind light on left side of the racetrack. Dale Peterson with his best run of the weekend. Good job there, guys. 405, 196 miles an hour. I was talking to Dale Peterson this morning. He said their goal is much more so to kind of get the car sorted out and where it needs to be, as opposed to necessarily expecting to be in the final round and turning a wind light on. So while they did suffer the loss here in round 1, they made some great progress this weekend. So congrats going out to Dale Peterson for that. Ryan Hayward, 385, 204 miles an hour. It was 965 to the 60-foot. Never looked back. 260 flat at 330 feet. And again, 385, 204 miles an hour through the finish line. We'll see Ryan Hayward coming back. Top Fuel Harleys coming up, folks. Top Fuel Harley-Davidsons, folks. Of all the vehicles we send down the strip here at Mission Raceway Park, these have got to be the craziest. Austin Christopher and Nate Gagnon. Nate in the right lane aboard Sonic. Big Kids Racing. Austin Christopher. Well, how about that? Side-by-side 6-second runs, side-by-side 200-plus mile-an-hour runs. Christopher with the better numbers, 646, 217 miles an hour. I'm not sure when the front wheel came down on the ground, whether it was before or after the finish line, but man, that thing was pulling. Nate Gagnon in the right lane goes 660 at 210. Again, great show, guys. Thank you very much. So Austin Christopher for Fast Lane Racing. Would very much like to thank their sponsors, Great White North, Redline Oil, Race Day Collision, Radac Collision, Lordco Auto Parts, Coldwater Spirits, Heidelberg Construction, CarStar Collision and Glass, Bessie Marine, Road End Farms, Karsten Excavating, Fraser Truck Trailer Repair, Predator Crane, Claiborne Equestrian, Coldwater Ranch, and Hammer Time Sheet Metal. Now our other pairing, Damian Cowden and Jim Schellenberg. Cowden, Tower Side, Jim Schellenberg, Spectator Side. Burnouts are done. So the last two bikes we saw, both take advantage of Ron Howney's engine design, a V60, meaning the cylinders are at a 60-degree angle relative to each other. While these two bikes are V45s. How about 656, 177 miles an hour for Damian Cowden? He had the better run. Schellenberg was fighting the bike, moving to the left. Do believe he did roll out of it at one point, then got back into it. The end result, 765, 189 miles an hour. So, great show by these four Top Fuel Harley-Davidsons that we've got on the property today. So, Cowden and team would like to thank Parker Johnson, Maxim Insurance, for all their support of what they do here. For Cowden, a 3-time CMDRA champ. So that's going to do it for Top Fuel Harley-Davidson for the time being. They'll be back up a little bit later. It's going to take us into Pro Mod Motorcycle. So Matt McKay Smith and Jeff Petrie now. Petrie in the right lane, been racing with the CMDRA for 17 years. Matt McKay Smith, Tower Side, TCS side of the racetrack. For MTMM Performance, 4-time CMDRA champ. And the reigning Pro Mod Bike champ. So Petrie wisely decides to get out of it. Matt McKay Smith off the gas and coasting at the quarter mile. Settles for an 891 at 98 miles an hour. Two more sitting in the water, ready to put a little heat in the rear tire. So now Glenn Fraser and Matt Atkinson. Atkinson in the right lane. Lordco side of the racetrack. Out of Centralia, Washington. He's got a 2013 Kawasaki over there in the right lane. Glenn Fraser over here, Tower side. Aboard a 2018 Suzuki. I'd like to thank Legacy Consulting. Atkinson is pre-staged over there in the right lane. Fraser rolls in, lights the pre-stage. At the finish line, it is Atkinson there first, 7:23, 199 miles an hour. Glenn Fraser goes 7:43 at 187. Nice burnout. Steve Abusini going to be making a single pass aboard Phoenix. Abusini out of Surrey, local guy. Well, interesting way of staging the bite, but it did actually work. Well, I saw no bulbs, and then I saw him take a big bump, and then both bulbs were on. Okay. So that's going to do it for Pro Mod Bike. Next thing we see going down the track will be the Canada West Doorslammers. So, folks, if you've just recently arrived at Mission Raceway Park, well, welcome. We are thrilled to have you with us here today. Big program that we are slowly mowing our way through. So a couple of people of note that I see out in front of the tower that I'm very happy to see back here at Mission Raceway Park would be, well, Derek Shirk and Dan Provo. Both of these guys have done a ton for drag racing, not only here at Mission, but well beyond that. Dan Provo of Rad Torque Systems, of course, sponsors Dallas Glen, the NHRA Pro Stock Ride. And that's just the beginning. So happy to see Dan and Tammy hanging out with us today, as well as Derek Shirk. So here we go. First pair, Canada West Doorslammers. Scotty Robinson and Chad Edwin. So Robinson with the better light and the better number at the finish line. How about 762, 178 miles an hour for the Rad Torque System sponsored 94 Beretta. Chad Edwin in the black S10 goes 818, 167 miles per hour. Now Roger Winter and Dallas Wagner. Wagner in the PT Cruiser. Right-hand lane, he goes 775, 176 miles an hour. Roger Winter goes 820 at 161 in the 41 Willys. Now Dale Grasdale and Ray Rusiani. Dale Grasdale. Right-hand lane. Rusiani in the left. Rusiani in that very cool looking bright yellow 66 Chevy 2. Wants to thank his daughter, the owner of Dexy Paws, for sponsoring him. Dale Grasdale over there in the right-hand lane out of Nanoose Bay, 68 Chevelle. So Grasdale and Rusiani. Grasdale in the right lane. 68 Chevelle, 638 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. With a big fat nitrous bottle. Grasdale goes 702, 192 miles an hour. Rusiani with issues. Off the gas and coasting at the finish line, just 871 at 124. Now, one of the caveats of this class, if you will, is you've got to run at least 870. If you cannot make an 870 or better run throughout qualifying, you're not going to be invited to round one. If you are invited to round one, you're going to have to dial at least 870. Now Cam Shantz and Steve Morrison. Morrison, owner of Milodin. Morrison unable to hold the car in the beams. Wow, he just keeps getting faster. How about 740 at 172 miles an hour out of a 69 Charger with license plates on it? Absolutely unbelievable. Cam Shantz is your winner. Well, he would be the winner if it was a race. 752, 136 miles an hour. Next pair got the burnouts done. Couple of Chevys. 1967 model year. Darren Buick, tower side. 67 Nova. Brad Powell, spectator side. 67 Chevelle. Powell leads the way. Goes 841 at 158 miles an hour. Darren Buick with an 858. 155. That'll bring up two more. Mike Bedsworth, tower side, out of Tulalip, Washington. Bedsworth, his trusty Oldsmobile. Bedsworth, former champion in this Doorslammers class, multi-time, I do believe. And the Blue Max over there in the right lane, Dave Warren. The 62 Bel Air. So Dave Warren rolls it in there deep. That's a no-no in Doorslammers action. So starter Pat Stewart backs him out. There we go, pre-staged. Warren's in. Now Bedsworth. Bedsworth trying to mow down the three, turns it red by 0.03 of a second. The finish line, Mike Bedsworth, 7:10, 192 miles an hour. Dave Warren with a 7:92 at $1.71. That's going to bring up Lane Woolley and Terry Shiflita. Shiflita in the Firebird, right-hand lane. 500 cubic inch combination between the frame rails. With a 5-speed Liberty. I believe it's a Liberty anyway, behind the power plant. That is a clutch car in the right lane. So Terry Shiflita will be rowing through the gears. And he's got his dad with him this weekend. Lane Woolley over here, tower side, in the 1970 Duster. 678 cubic inch Hemi power plant. As mentioned, Shiflita was basically a slightly dated Pro stock setup between the frame rails of that Camaro. So you will be able to hear it if you listen closely. He is going to wind that thing up to the sky before he hits his shift points. Or possibly, oh, look for a second like the starter was going to shut him off, but looks like everything is sorted out down there. They're going to let these two cars stage. So Shaflita up to the top first, 747 at just 139 miles an hour. So he was off the gas and coasting. On a full pull, that car will post a 6-second time slip. Lane Woolley with a perfect light trip zip on the starting line. The finish line goes 171 miles an hour at just under 8 seconds with a 797. That was Otto Schulte and Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips goes 740 at 181 miles an hour in the right lane. Meanwhile, Otto Schulte was 754 at 180 miles an hour in the left lane. Zach Joyce and Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe in the right lane. 1992 Firebird. Just got his first win in Doorslammers competition a few weekends ago. Well, I think Zach Joyce's car was refusing to shift. Meanwhile, Steve Lowe goes 823, 172 miles an hour. So as I was saying, I believe Zach Joyce's car was refusing to shift, and Zach wasn't quite ready to accept that. Now Scott Grant and Paul Debris Jr. Jr. in the Valiant this weekend. Scott Grant goes 820 in the Camaro. Wants to thank Bubba's Speed Shop. Paul Debris goes 862 in the Valiant. Wants to thank Straight Line Race Cars along with Shawnigan Lake Trucking. Paul Stretch, Mike Kenworthy. Wow. Check out the reader boards. These guys were mowing down the tree. 007 for Kenworthy. Paul Stretch goes 001. If I recall, he was 003 red the last time he was up here. Paul Stretch goes 725. Sounds pretty familiar. 191 miles an hour. Kenworthy, 820 at 165 miles an hour. Now Brian Ritchie and Ken Christensen. Ken Christensen over here tower side for the Old Car Center and Chaotic Customs. In the Joe Delahaye campaign Pro Mod pickup truck. Brian Ritchie for Ritchie Race Engines. And Greenlight Auto Sales over in the right lane. Four bulbs lit, here we go. Brian Ritchie leads the way. Goes 787, 173 miles an hour for the black Chevelle. Christensen puts an 830 on the reader board, 161 miles an hour. Now we go father and son. So Devin Jansen and Dale Jansen. Dale, dad, over there in the right lane. So Devin definitely won the battle on the starting line with a double 08 reaction time. Down there at the finish line, it was Dale Jansen arriving first, 788, 173 miles an hour in the 66 Canzo. Devin Jansen, 869, 151 miles an hour in his 1970 Nova. So a big shout out to Poe Freeborn and Comox Valley Excavating, bringing us this weekend's Door Slammer event. Grant Howell and Mark Thompson now. A couple of very pretty race cars down there at the starting line. Fast Orange. That's the name of Grant Howell's car. You can probably guess which car that is. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. X275, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll make the call now for X275 to the rear of staging. We will ladder you up as you arrive. One more time, X275, X275. We need you to make your way to the staging lanes, X275. This is your call to the back of staging to be laddered. So Mark Thompson goes 744 at 183 miles an hour behind the wheel of his 54 Studebaker. Meanwhile, Grant Howell, 771, 175 in his 37 Chevy. Now Jason Field and Mike Lucas. Mike Lucas. In his 1968 Camaro, top sportsman car, fits quite nicely into this Door Slammers category. Mike Lucas, the Division 6 rep for the Jegs All-Stars in 2018 as well as 2019. Top end, it's Lucas there first, 741 to Jason Fields, 743. Lucas to the stripe first by just 9,000ths of a second. So here's the guy that is bringing us this weekend's event. Well, he's sponsoring it anyway. Poe Freeborn coming up left side of the racetrack for Comox Valley Excavating, specializing in final grade. So Poe Freeborn going to line up with Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe driving Henry Zacharias' Corvette this weekend. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately for Henry, broke his arm. Not able to wheel the Corvette this weekend, so He made the call to Rob Monroe and says, I want to put you in my car. So Poe Freeborn, tower side. Rob Monroe, spectator side. Oops. Poe Freeborn not able to hold it in the beams. End result is he walked out, not going to get any numbers. Rob Monroe, a pretty straightforward looking 768 at 176. That's going to bring up Greg Feel and Howie Winklehorst. So Greg Feel, tower side. The 1969 Opel. With a 572 cubic inch big block Chevrolet and a couple of turbochargers. This car quite capable of grabbing the top spot. So Feel forced to pedal at once, goes 676, 224 miles an hour. Good to see Greg Feel and crew finally getting things sorted out. They've been struggling for some time with that car. Howie Winklehorst with an 844 at 158 miles an hour. So Greg Feel not able to grab the top spot, but came really close. He's gonna have to settle for number 2. James Kennedy out there now. How about 689? 199 miles an hour for James in the 04 Pontiac Grand Am. Nice job. Now Antle, going to be making a run left side of the racetrack. TCS lane. So Andy Antle on a single left side of the racetrack goes 747, 174 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Terry Davies and John DeYoung. Terry Langdon Davies, tower side. The black and purple 1941 Willys. Terry, tower side. In his 56th year of racing. So John DeYoung over there in the Lordco lane behind the wheel of Tony Dreesen's 1951 Chevy pickup truck. Good to see this truck back out here. purging the nitrous straight out the grill. That's kind of cool. TLD leaving first, but it's going to be John DeYoung to the top first. 795, 168 miles an hour for the Chevy pickup truck. And an 817 at 161 for TLD. Now Tom Katnick back up for another little test hit. Very, very cool looking stretched out 68 Camaro down there, tower side. So Nick Duda covering the tuning duties on that car. Well, I think for pretty much all of Tom Katnick Racing. Well, got the car pre-staged, went to build a little boost, but something didn't work out right. There we go. He gets away. Car's pulling pretty hard by the looks of it up there at the top end. How about a 636? 233 miles an hour. He was cooking at the finish line. Well, folks, I'm sure many of you are aware Tom Katnick with an incident up at the top end of the racetrack. Early word is he is out of the car. He is okay. So that's obviously the news that we're all hoping for. So the car can be fixed. What's important is Tom's out of the car. He is okay for all intents and purposes. So that's great news. Glad to hear that. So that is going to wrap it up for this round of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers. We're going to take a little break for some track prep, which that is going to happen. However, we're going to have to get the track clear before we do that. So again, on-track incident. I understand Tom Katnick did make contact with the wall in the shutdown area. But the good news from up top is that he is out of the car. He is okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be at least a few minutes before we send anything else down the track. Once we get the situation up at the top end cleared away, we're going to need at least 10 minutes, something like that, to take care of the racing surface before we unleash the radial cars. We've got them back in the staging lanes. Most of them are staged or laddered up, rather, paired up, ready to go. So we are going to be down for a few minutes. Does give you a good opportunity to check out one of the food vendors, go see the folks at the Mission Half Track Snack Shack. Maybe check out the Pro Shop. Lots of cool stuff in there, including this weekend's event shirt. Ice cold beer over here on the pit side in the beer gardens. I'm told they've got this very cool machine, pours the beer consistently at -1 Celsius. For you Americans, that would be about 30 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 29. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Limited Street. Limited Street. We need Limited Street to the lanes, please. Limited Street, this is your call. To the back of the lanes. We'll get you laddered up as you arrive. Once again, Limited Street to the lanes.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than Tristan Mechanical.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Dennis Winton or anybody with Dennis Winton, we need you to come back up here to the tower, please. Dennis Winton to the tower, please. I was sure that we've done that.
Me too, in all Eliminations. I know we've done.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your patience while we attend to the incident up at the top end of the racetrack. Again, you do have a few options to help you pass the time. We've got a beer gardens over here on the pit side. So as I was saying, there are a number of options to help you pass the time. We've got a beer garden here today. Go check out the Pro Shop, all kinds of very cool NHRA and Mission Raceway Park collectibles, and including, as I said, this weekend's event t-shirt. And again, still going on up at the top end of the racetrack, Hard Knox Stunt Team with us today, putting on a drifting exhibition up there. So you're more than welcome to head up there and go take that in. And if you're feeling adventurous, for just $40, you can hop in one of those cars. Of course, they're not going to give you the steering wheel. You'll be a passenger, but still. So if you happen to be taking in Doorwarz 13 online, you're getting a good view of just how much work we've got on our hands up there at the top end. That is a pretty big mess, to say the very least. But can't say enough about the hard-working crew here at Mission Raceway Park. They will get it taken care of. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So again, I see we've still got a nice handful or two of fans sitting in the stands. I'm sure many of you left to take a walk around the pits and check things out. We are very happy to have you spending your day with us here at Mission Raceway Park. Appreciate that very much. Well, while you're here, we would most certainly appreciate you taking in the signage. We simply could not do what we do here at Mission without the support of the companies who support us, such as JBS Equipment. JBS Equipment, local company right here in Mission. Farming doesn't stop, and neither should your equipment. At JBS Equipment in Mission, we build machines that move mountains of manure, feed, and anything else your operation demands. Custom-built, Canadian-made, and ready to work as hard as you do. From spreaders to silage wagons, if you can dream it, JBS can build it. Drop by JBS Equipment in Mission or visit jbsequipment.com. Lordco Auto Parts. Whether you're fixing up the family van or gearing up for a backroads camping trip, Lordco Auto Parts has your back all across BC and Alberta. With locations all over the province, it's easy to find the parts, gear, and advice you need wherever the road takes you. Lordco Auto Parts, trusted by BC drivers, workers, and weekend warriors for over 50 years. Visit your local store today or check out lordco.com. And, well, we got to mention the Titanium Autogroup, but for now, we'll more refer to it as Bubba's Speed Shop. We're certainly grateful for Derek Shirk and all that he has done for this facility and the racers that race here. Can't forget about XIII Mechanical. At XIII Mechanical, we don't just install systems, we power performance. Our expert team designs and delivers custom MEP solutions that make your building smarter, more efficient, and built to last. From large-scale residential to commercial towers, we keep your systems running seamlessly start to finish. XIII Mechanical, performance built in. Visit atristan.com or give them a call at 604-826-3635. Vancouver Car Wraps. Thank you to Vancouver Car Wraps. A huge shout out to Vancouver Car Wraps for their support of Mission Raceway. From race-ready designs to custom commercial wraps, they know how to make vehicles stand out on and off the track. Thanks for helping us keep things bold, eye-catching, and full throttle at every event. And how about National Tire Wholesale? Grip matters on the street and on the strip. National Tire Wholesale delivers the top brands right when you need them. Whether you're a shop owner, racer, or weekend warrior, National Tire Wholesale has the tires to keep you moving fast and safe. National Tire Wholesale, trusted by pros, built for performance. Find a dealer near you or visit ntw.com. Big thank you to Rad Torque Systems for powering performance at Mission Raceway. Rad Torque Systems, a BC-based global leader in torque technology, Rad brings precision, strength, and innovation to industries and now to the track. We are grateful for your support of locals, motorsports, and engineering excellence. And the Old Car Center. Restoring a classic, building your dream hot rod, the Old Car Center in Langley has everything you need. From vintage parts to hard-to-find trim. Real parts, real passion for real car people. The Old Car Center, where classics live on. Visit us in Langley or at oldcarcenter.com. Mountain View Harley-Davidson. There's nothing like the open road and no better way to ride it than on a Harley. At Mountain View Harley Davidson, you'll find bikes built for freedom and backed by a team that rides like you do. Sales, service, gear, and that legendary Harley attitude. Mountain View Harley Davidson. Ride free, ride local. Check out the latest lineup in Chilliwack or visit mountainviewhd.com. As I was saying, we appreciate all the help we get here at Mission Raceway Park, from our marquee event sponsors to just a local company buying a sign on the fence. Speaking of signs on the fence, big shout out going out to Ernie's Speed Shop, Color Compass, Big Kids Racing, Willowbrook Plumbing, Jag Chima, Thrifty Machine Shop, Anne Marie's, Similex, Phoenix Truck and Crane, Elite Belts, Trailblazers, TCS Products, Paul Weeb Realty, Just Mechanical, Leak Pro, Albion Tireland, The Junction, Industry Workwear, Core Garage Solutions, Rocco's Diner, 87 Motorsports, Remax Realty, Tim Hortons at The Junction, A. Tristan Plumbing, Velocity Autosports, Enrico Differentials, Applied Coatings, Bigfoot Cranes, Prospect Equipment, Industrial Plastics, Interchange Recycling, Dachau Industries, Tap to Drain, AFD Petroleum, Black Bandit Industries, and Thibert. So probably the biggest race series that takes place here at Mission Raceway Park would be the Mopac Street Legals. Not every Friday night, but many of them. We host a street legal event. That's where you can bring your daily driver to the track to see what it'll run. Now, as a father, I'm going to give you this advice, and it might sound kind of crazy at first, but if you got a teenager freshly licensed, I think this is a great idea. Take them to Mission Raceway. Let them run it down the track. That's way better than them secretly wanting to run your car down some old farm road with ditches on the sides and maybe animals that could run out in front and all kinds of stuff to go wrong. If you're bringing a Mission Raceway, they're on a perfectly flat, straight surface that has been prepared to do exactly that, drive at high speed. And, heaven forbid, but should something go wrong, well, you've got trained safety personnel on standby, ready to attend. So, cool little bit of news about the Friday night street legals. Your favorite announcer, Rock, is back on the mic on Friday night. So, if you have not yet done so, come on down to Mission Raceway Park on a Friday night. Check it out. So the cleanup continues up there at the top end. It is a little bit of a lengthy process, but they are making great progress. Oh, easy for me to say. So hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer before we roll into round one for X275. We've got them in the lanes. They are ready to go.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
So once again, we are looking for no time index drivers. No time index drivers, not with your cars, just drivers. We're calling you to the front of the timing tower. We're going to do the chip draw for round one. First one there, Jason Gibson. Second one there, Jay Graw. So we got a number of drivers making their way up here to the front of the timing tower for the chip draw. Once again, we are looking for no time index drivers to the front of the tower. No time index drivers only. We do not want race cars. Drivers only to the front of the tower right now, please. So again, we'll make a final call for our no time index drivers to the front of the tower for the chip draw. We need you here now. So we can't really get this thing started until we know we've got everyone here. So why don't we do this? All drivers, if you could move to right in front of the tower, and then we're going to get a show of hands, and hopefully we can count 18 of them. If we can just proceed with this. So all drivers, please, front of the tower. Like right in front of the tower.
If you're not a no-time index driver, don't stand there, please, because you're going to screw me up.
Well, you can stand there, just don't put your hand up. Okay, so hands in the air, drivers only, hands in the air.
Make sure we got all of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Missing a couple.
So no time index drivers, where are you? We need 18 of you here up in front of the tower, and we're short a couple of drivers. So no time index drivers. We need you to the front of the timing tower for the chip draw, round 1. We do not want race cars. Just want to be really clear on that. Drivers only to the front of the tower.
Jason Mercer. Jason Mercer is missing. What?
So I don't see Jason Mercer.
Scott's out, I know that.
Jason Mercer. Where are you? So here's what's going to happen. If you don't show up, we're ultimately going to pick a card for you, and you're going to be stuck with whatever we pick for you. So we see a couple more walking up now.
Pardon? Do you know time index driver? Yeah. Oh, okay, perfect. So we're missing Justin.
Well, looks like we've got all of our drivers here.
Well, I know I said chip draw, but it's not chip.
So it's not actually a chip draw. We're actually using, well, they look like credit cards, same size. Each one will say something like pair 2, left lane for round 1. And what's kind of cool about this is you get to keep said card as a memento. Now, if you win your round, you're going to come back and ultimately get another card, so you can start collecting them.
Who's got ones? Get her ones. Let's get her ones.
Number 1, step forward.
So you guys are our first pair down track.
I'm in left.
Your left lane, Pico start. I'm right.
I will.
You guys get to keep start.
All right, thank you.
Okay, who's got two?
So what's your names?
Who's got two?
Scott.
Who's got two? You guys gotta remember this because I'm not writing it down.
So Ernie DeMarco and Scott Kolodachuk going to make up our first pairing. Second pairing is going to be Ryan Ledre and Gordy Hidber.
Who's got threes? Who's got threes?
Third pairing is going to be Joel Smith and Ken Jansen.
Who's got fours? Jay Grant, Tyler Smith. You get to keep that. That's yours.
Jay Graw and Tyler Smith make up pair number 4.
I'm like, well, fuck, if I'm done anyways, I'm fucking
Jason Mercer and Jan Christensen.
Who's got sixes? Sixes. Jackson, Rob, and Roll. The all Rob showdown. Rob on Rob.
It's going to be Rob versus Rob. Rob Getz and Rob Monroe.
Who's got sevens? Seven. Yeah, I will. I don't know what'll happen on the way back.
Dave Shirk and Reese Picarello.
Who's got eights? Who's got eights? I need eights.
Bobby Ehlers and Jason Gibson, the 2 Wheelie Kings. Hey?
Okay, nines. We need our nines. This is our final pairing. There you go. Steve Sheffer and Sean Martin.
Steve Sheffer and Sean Martin make up pairing number 9. Well, there you go. There's your 9 pairs, folks. We will see them following Limited Street. Well, ladies and gentlemen, very, very impressed with the spattering of fans over there in the grandstand. We are thrilled to have you with us today, and even more thrilled that you stuck it out with us. Word on the street is we're about 5 minutes away from sending cars down the racetrack. And I'll make another mention of this. Larry Pfister on the property this weekend. It's part of the Pfister Photo 50th anniversary tour. He's got swag to commemorate the anniversary. So go see Larry, put your order in. If you don't know who Larry is, he's down here on the starting line for the most part. Don't know where he went. Oh, he's right in front of me. And he's wearing one of the t-shirts. So drivers are getting belted back into their cars, ready to go. Round one of X275 coming up. Round number one, X275, here we go. Jordan Brannon was our number one qualifier, and in an odd-numbered field, he scores himself the freebie here in round number one. Jordan Brandon. Inside Money. His 2000 Camaro LS powered. So car left was slowly hiking the front wheels up and just ran out of traction. So Jordan Brandon will be coming back for round number 2. That's going to set up Jeff Whitworth and Justin Gallant. Justin Gallant, number 2 qualifier. On the board with a 4.28 second pass. Jeff Whitworth went 5.1 seconds. Exactly. To qualify number 15. So Justin Gallant, last year's event winner. Hey, listen up in the pits. No time index. No time index. Come on down to 3 and 4. No time index. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Wow, good drag race here. Justin Gallant pulling away, puts a 4:30 up there on the reader board. 168 miles an hour. Good, solid round 1 pass. Gets around Jeff Whitworth. Whitworth goes 472, 148 miles an hour. I'm not 100% sure, but those very well could be career numbers for Jeff Whitworth in the loss. So if that's the case, congrats on that. Making big headway with that little Mustang. That's going to bring up our next pair that looks just like this. Chris Gould over there in the right lane. 2017 Camaro he calls Predator. Wants to thank CT Automotive. So Chris Gould, the nice burnout over there in the right-hand lane, Lordco lane. Bob Cook, his burnout did not go quite as well. That is one loud little Ford F-150 down there, TCS side of the racetrack. Heard a whole bunch of RPM and then silence, much like we just did. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Super Combo. Super Combo, this is your standby call. Super Combo, please be ready to go. Super Combo, this is your standby call. So Bob Cook, tower side. Chris Gould, winner a few weekends back at Pacific Raceways in Seattle, part of the West Coast Grudge Series. So here he is in round 1 to take on Bob Cook. Bob Cook is up in smoke. Chris Gould on basically a freebie, goes 432, 172 miles an hour through the top end of the Lordco lane. $172, that's good mile per hour, no doubt about that. So Chris Gould was 112 to the 60-foot, then 290 at 330 feet. And through the top end with a 432, 172 mile an hour pass. So Chris Gould is off to round number 2.
Well, John, I see I'm back in time for the fun.
Yes. We have not gone too far down the run order since you left, unfortunately. Fortunately for you, unfortunately for us.
Well, it means I get to call more racing. So, I mean, this is a cherry on top of my perfect day so far.
So, John Cuglietta and Peter Lacanis. Cuglietta, Towerside in Balboa. Wicked looking 2004 Mustang LS power plant. Actually, LS power, both sides of the racetrack. Peter Lacanis in the right lane. Young man from right here in Mission. Cuglietta from Parkland, Alberta. So Cuglietta would like to thank All Service Truck Upfitters, Rival Aggregates, Mulder Trucking, Horsepower Solutions, and Milron Truck Bodies. So it's going to be John Cuglietta, left side of your racetrack, Peter Lacanis in the right lane. So on paper, you kind of got to say Cuglietta's got the advantage here. Well, he certainly made it appear that way on race day. 443, 166 miles an hour, and an 062 light. Peter Lacanis was stationary on the starting line for 3 seconds after the tree came down. That did not help his situation. Then makes less than a full pole, coasting across the finish line at just 71 miles an hour. So Cuglietta on to round number 2.
So Tyler Stambler up next with the 2000 S10 with that LS motor. Mini-Me wants to thank On Point and Gen 3 Speed. He faces off against Justin Collin, who has had something of a turbulent weekend at Doorwarz 13 for the On Point Performance and Gen 3 Speed Mustang Fox body. Had to abort his lone qualifier today. Yesterday had a brush with the right side wall. Collin's got a machine under him that is capable of going rounds. He just needs to get it down track.
So Tyler Stambler, Towerside, in a 2000 Chevrolet S10, what's known as a round body S10. Oh, we got a drag race here.
Oh, he didn't get him, missed it by a tenth. Tyler Stambler takes that one, got the whole shot, stayed out in front, but what an effort from Collin. He made him work for that one.
So Stambler with a 438 at 171 miles an hour. Justin Collin followed with a 445 at 157. Both cars clear the top end. Now, a couple of 1981 Chevrolet Malibus. So I gotta think, when the designers at GM were coming up with this body style, they probably never envisioned this happening. So Dan Rodrigue in the right lane behind the wheel of the Boo. Mandy Brooks, left lane, behind the wheel of her Chevy Malibu. A former Ken Sahota ride. Speaking of Ken Sahota, he's helping him out this weekend. No time index. We need no time index to lanes 3 and 4. No time index. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. No time index. Come on down to the staging lanes. Ken will get you paired up as you arrive. No time index. Come on down.
Whole shot to Dan Rodrigue, taking off towards the 8th mile, stays out in front. Dan DeBoo going to go 447, 157 miles an hour. Takes the win by a good 2/10 and a quarter. Mandy Brooks, 457 at 154, will take the round 1 loss.
So pretty respectable run for Mandy Brooks in the loss, 457, 154 miles an hour. Dan Rodrigue, as Nolan mentioned, had a sizable hole shot, 039 to 170. So Mandy not doing herself any favors on the starting line. Hey, we're missing our number ones for no time index. First pair out, number ones, no time index. Where are you guys? So Dan Rodrigue moving on to round number 2, where he will face Justin Gallant. Wow, that's going to be a good matchup. Now Eric McCarthy and Parm Jawanda. Parm Jawanda in the right lane. Couple of Fox Body Mustangs. Number 8 and 9 qualifiers, and it is Eric McCarthy moving on. 449 at 165 miles an hour, had the advantage on the starting line. I'm just realizing now that Parm Jawanda was read by a bunch, so Eric McCarthy essentially with a free qualifier here in the middle of round 1. So he'll be back to take on number 1 qualifier Jordan Brandon in round number 2.
And Bree King was due to face off against Jason Gagnol, but it does not seem like he is anywhere to be found. So King running the Milron truck body, TNT turbos, HP Solutions, Kinsey Fabrication, King's Welding, and Summit Racing Equipment 2000 Mustang. Again, Bree King making her debut in Outlaw 275 in 2025 this general season.
So how appropriate is this? Bree had trouble on the final qualifier, was not able to make a pass. So fairly handy getting the competition single here in round number 1. Get to do kind of a checkout pass.
Oh, well,
wow.
Whoa.
So Bree King with wheels way up in the air. She got out of the throttle. Car came down pretty hard. Saw lots of sparks. Bree, stop the car if you can. So she did pull over to the side. Looks like she is, well, no, she's still rolling. Ideally, what we'd like to see you do in a case like that is pull it off to the side, off the groove, out of the way, get it pulled over and stopped. If it turns out that you're not dropping any fluids, we can certainly tell you that and send you on your way.
Take a look at it on the MRP Lordco TV replay, just how high those front wheels carried and how hard that front axle came crashing back down. Rough ride, but hopefully nothing untowards on the track. Hey, sometimes the car just hooks up a little bit better than you're anticipating.
So looks like Aiden Katnick up here for another test run, and well, with that, pretty good to see Tom Katnick hanging out down there. Best news we heard all day was he was out of the car and A-OK. Now he's down there with his son, about to send him down the track for a test pass. Katnick Family Racing, TK Performance. So if you were here about an hour or so ago, you might have witnessed Tom Katnick making his run in that super cool 68 Camaro. Things did not go overly well in the shutdown area. His family was on the starting line here watching things. And they left to go get themselves up to the top end. I think a couple of his kids probably broke world records in the 100-meter dash. Like I said, best sight I've seen out of this windows all day long is Tom Katnick hanging out down there on the starting line. So Aiden Katnick now going to make a test pass in the Mustang you see down there, TCS side of the racetrack. So it looks like we're going to take another crack at the burnout. Didn't really develop any wheel speed. Well, that looks much better.
Is Doorslammers done qualifying for the day? Wheel spin, wheel spin, wheel spin. Almost did a secondary burnout there. May as well have been off the line.
Well, sorry, Nolan, that car has been completely apart. In fact, just 1 week ago, it was a bare chassis. So no doubt there's going to be some sorting out that has to be done. So far this weekend, kind of the same thing has happened. Leaves the line, but within 50 feet or so, it just lights up the rear tires. But no doubt in my mind, they'll get a handle on it.
Well, and with that car, when it is fully dialed in and, tuned up, and it's, you got to go drive behind the wheel like Aiden, I mean, that thing's a race winner. So wouldn't Surprised if we saw that car going rounds before too long. We'll bring up Limited Street. Rocco's Diner Limited Street headed up. First pair was supposed to be Brad Thomas and Matt Black. On the 94 Jeep Cherokee, not able to make the call, so Thomas going to be up first with the True North Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, and JB Auto 91 Mustang on a solo.
Hey, listen up. No time index. No time index. We need our number 9 pairing. Where's our number 9 cars? So once again, no time index. If you're not in the staging lanes, it's where you need to be. We're apparently missing our number 9 pairing, so come on down.
Dangerously close to the point of almost having to run without you. Get on down. Max Nielsen, Josh Hendrick, the next pairing up. Max Nielsen, of course, number 1 on the qualifying sheets. Josh Hendrick running the complete utility Mustang 93 machine, facing off against Max Nielsen's Ford.
Who won in the first pair? Was that these two guys?
Thomas, because
Matt
didn't show. Tom Single, super combo lanes. Stand by top row.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to the lanes. That is Super Combo to the lanes, and stand by for top comp.
So Max Nielsen, number 2 qualifier, lines up with Josh Hendrick here in round number 1. Hendrick making a good solid pass, but it's not going to be enough. Max Nielsen, how about 513, 137 miles an hour, slightly off from his 507 qualifying effort. So success in round 1. We'll see Max come on back for round 2.
A reminder that for the crowd that if you're under
Tej Sanga and Matt Robert, the next pairing up to bear for the Mustang and the S10. Whole shot goes the way of Sanga. An attempt to drive it back from Matt Robert. Robert had the speed, but did not have the time. 5:28 to $132 gets the win over Robert's 5:39 at 1:35. Hey, listen up, attention everybody on the property. If you are under the age of 16, you cannot be riding or driving anything with wheels. That goes from golf carts to bikes to scooters and more. If it is on wheels, you cannot ride or drive if you're under 16. And if you are over 16, you are still required to use a helmet.
Hey, listen up, everybody. We got a racer in distress. We are looking for a Dead and Bear delay box. If anybody happens to have a spare Dead and Bear delay box, the Debris family would very much appreciate getting to use it, or buy it, borrow it, rent it, I don't know. But if anybody's got a Dead and Bear delay box, come see us up in the tower, or if you know who the Debris family is and where they're pitted, just head on over there. That would be very much appreciated.
Vanessa Richards and John Collin, the next pairing up. Fox Body versus Mercury. Hawaii 5-0 over here, tower side.
No problem.
Josh Collin over on the far side of the racetrack. Richards staged, Collin staged. Wheel spin for Collin. Richards going to drive away from him.
Oh, this one's all Vanessa Richards. From the reaction time to the finish line, 013 up front, nice light on a Pro Tree. 529 at 129 miles an hour. So Vanessa Richards will be coming back for round number 2 to take on our number 1 qualifier, Brad Thomas.
And that rolls us straight into no time index. So no times on the boards. We will not be reporting what the times are. The drivers don't even know what the times are or what they're dialed to. No one knows who will leave first until the green lights come on with the instant green. No warning either from the ambers.
So Scott Kalatichuk, tower side. Ernie DeMarco, spectator side. DeMarco, the 1970 Nova. Now I can see what he's dialed in at, but I can't tell you. It's got to be a secret. Win lights on for Scott Kalatichuk. Gets the job done here in round number 1. So the way this is going to work, as Nolan was mentioning, your fixed dial basically matches your quickest qualifier.
Stand by what?
What's next? Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need top comp to the staging lanes, please. And a standby call going out to non-electronics.
Delay box.
Hey, Emma Debris, come on back here to the tower. Got a delay box for you. Emma Debris, we've got a delay box for you up here in the tower. So Ryan Ledrette getting the win in that last pairing. This one is going Joel Smith's way. Joel Smith turns the win light on, left side of the racetrack. Now Jay Graw and Tyler Smith. So again, Emma Debris, here she is.
One, two, the chase is on. And it'll be a win light for Tyler Smith. How about that? I tell you what, I mean, Tyler Smith with that machine graduating to the big cars, in fact, just a couple weeks ago. May have gone out round 1 and won, but how about that? First specialty class race goes into round number 2. Good job, Tyler. Jason Mercer and Jan Christensen, the next pair up to the 8th mile. Christensen with the win light. And next up, it's Rob Getz. Getz running the 2024 Ford F-150. Going up against Rob Monroe Jr. with the Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Horizon Paint and Gibson Racing Transmissions, 1969 Acadian. Both cars away. And it'll go the way of Getz. Top comp. We need top comp to the lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top comp to the lanes, top comp to the lanes. As Reese Picariello and Dave Shirk The next pair down track, Bel Air versus Blazer. This one goes the way of the Blazer. So another attention in the pits. This one going out to Doorslammers. Attention, Doorslammers. Your fourth qualifier has been scratched. You will not be getting another qualifier today. Once again, that is Doorslammers. You will not be receiving a fourth qualifier today. Next up, it's Jason Gibson and Bobby Ehlers. Gibson kicking the wheels up into the air as he chases down the junkyard dog Fox Body. Gibson going to get around Bobby Ehlers and make the pass for the win. And for our next No Time Index pairing, we'll bring up Sean Martin, we'll bring up Steve Sheffer. Twin Pontiacs squaring off. A Firebird on the right-hand side. Sheffer chasing down Martin. Does he make the pass? He does not. Sean Martin stays in front for the win. So that will do it for round one of eliminations for No Time Index. When we're up next, it'll be for round two. What we will roll into is round three of eliminations for Lorco Auto Parts Super Combo. Good job, Tyler. Huh? Yeah. Good on him. One of the interesting red lights I saw was a .0000. Quad zero, but it went red.
But I don't know if it's because it's instant green and it can be low, or that there's no thing that can tell you how red you were. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna go back and watch it on the live stream because it's kind of like.
Yeah, does he get like a perfect light sticker or a mug for that, or? Our next class up will be Top Comp as we get set to go racing once again. Once again, we have called NoBox. NoBox to the lanes. Second call for NoBox to the lanes. NoBox, make your way on down. That is NoBox. We are waiting on you in the lanes. And once again, electronics, you are on standby. So first pairing up in the next round of Top Comp Eliminations. Round number 3, we'll start it off with Logan Bell with the Comox Valley Excavating 2018 Dragster, dials in 448. Meanwhile, Andy Hatton in the Bubba Speed Shop and Titanium Autogroup Camaro for the Grinch, dials in 528. Two green bulbs, and that one gonna go the way of Larry Bell easily as Hatton down by half a second on the tree. Next up, it'll be Paul Swords, and it'll be Adam DeYoung. The Quick Tech Race Cars Chevy Bel Air goes up against the Artex Racing Camaro. 474 to a 527. Red light start for the Bel Air, and Adam DeYoung will take that one into round number 4. So I believe that will send both Hatton and DeYoung into the semifinals, and here's your bye run, Rod Leclerc. LeClaire on the by run goes 4:29 with the 5, 165 miles an hour. And that will take us to the end of Top Comp. Next up, it's going to be National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics. So we'll start it off with Rob Getz and Jeff Nyland as we roll back into National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics. 757 for the 5-liter Ford F-150 pickup. 732 for the blue bin for JK Speed Shop and Curtis Tire. Rob Getz gonna take himself out of competition as he's gonna go 3 thou red on the tree. Jeff Nyland into the next round will bring up Jim Banky and Giovanni Aliperti. The Rad Torch Systems, Bucky's Mini Excavating, Plymouth Barracuda dials in 641. Aliperti for Jim and Jim Racing with the S10. Run to that stock chassis and stock suspension dials in 562. Next one up, it's going to be Banky taking out Aliperti by 13 thou. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need electronics to the lanes. That is electronics to the lanes. Racktorque Systems, electronics. Make your way on up to the lanes. Sober and Piskachek up now against Hank Vermeulen. The Buick Racing and Motor in Canada with Thomas Mustang going up against the Chevy Camaro. 835 to a 741. Pay attention in the stands, attention in the stands. If you wanted to go to get a drift ride along with Drift to Gift, this is your last call, last chance to get a $40 ride along in the drift car for Drift to Gift. On the spectator side of the racetrack at the far end of the road course pits, they are closing at the top of the hour. That is in 40 minutes. Colin Jackson up next alongside Jason Mercer. 732 to a 735. The new Elevation Civil Popcorn Datsun going up against Craig Johnson's Cutlass. Boy, soft launch from Jackson, and that might very well decide it here. And it will. Mercer easily pulls out the win. Red light from Mount Patterson by one stinking thou. Lorenz Schwartz is in around 3. Once again, we need electronics to the lanes. Electronics, box, we have called you to the lanes. Box to the lanes. Bollinger goes red, could not be patient enough, and Nassie takes out another one just by way of getting way out in front. Rob Monroe Jr. brings up Horizon Paint Auto Body, Gibson Racing Transmissions, Acadian dials in 658 to Craig Johnson 657. You'll barely be able to tell with the naked eye who leaves first on the tree with how close these lights will be. Quarter 8-mile mark, sorry. And Junior gets there first. He's under though by 9 thou. Craig Johnson is into round 3. Well, don't know what the heck happened on the line there for Alex Eburn as, well, LeDre got a pretty healthy head start there. Aiden LeDre running away with it. And now Bobby Ayler's up next alongside Shaylin Svetic. Bobby Ehlers facing off against Shaylin Svetic. Once again, the Junkyard Dog Mustang dials in 647 facing off against Svetic with the innovative MFG Steve McKenzie Racing Incorporated Coastal Equipment front engine dragster. And Ehlers takes it through only 8 thousandths of a second off the dial. Will easily go into round 3. And the fight between Ken Jansen and Mike Render will go the way of Jansen at 16 thousandths. We'll bring out the next duo, John Tabak and Chris Stone. Both racers have a tendency to go rounds. Both racers are very, very tough customers to beat. And this is going to be a good race here. Tabak dials in the Rad Torque Systems S10 at 665. Stone dials in the Willowbrook Motors, Lorco Auto Parts, BJ, Wagon Master, and Mopac Auto Supply Dart at 639. Red light for Tabac by 1,000th of a second. Stone was 004 to the green. You knew that was going to be a close one. And a tough break for John Tabac. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Modified, this is your standby call. Pro Modified, this is your standby call. Pro Mod, standby call. So we'll move out of non-electronics and we'll straight into electronics. Jeff Bell up next with the Dart Sport, dials in 608 to Brad Powell with the 67 Chevelle dialed at 535 as we roll into electronics at the first pair in the second round. And Brad Powell moving on, and what a run. Only 9/10 thousandths off the dial. 004 to the stripe. Dialed in 535, went 535.0, and then a 9. Great run from Brad Powell. And it had to, meanwhile, going to be going at the Bubba Speed Shop and Titanium Autogroup, Grinch Camaro. Dials in 526 to Jeremy Soares' Quick Tech Race Cars, Cameron Dragster. That dials in at 453. Check that, 463 for the Dragster. Red light start for the Dragster, and Andy Hatton is moving on into the next round. Cam Shantz taking out Stefan Robert. And we'll bring up the next pair. It is going to be Colton Moore on the far side with the Comox Valley Excavated Moore Motorsports Race Tech Dragster. 1,506 against Mike Stewart with the Ken Specialty Auto Gibson Transmissions. Bucky's been excavated in Big Al Motorsports Chevy 2. Morin not able to get around Stewart as Mike Stewart got there first by just 9 thousandths of a second. We'll bring up Ted Buss and Paul Soares. Paul Soares running the Quick Tech Race Cars Pontiac Grand Prix, dials in 5:15. Ted Buss with a 5:68 for the Shawnigan Trucking Machine. Ted Buss outlasts Paul Soares. Goes 5.7 with the 2 on the 5.68 dial. We'll bring it up for Kevin McNichol and Alan McCam. McNichol dials in 6.42. McCam dials in 5.60. Chevy 2 versus Chevy Nova. Boy, not sure what happened there for McCam. McCam a long way on the tree and no contest. McNichol effectively with a free pass. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Pro Modifieds to the lanes. Pro Modifieds to the lanes. That is Pro Modified to the lanes. We'll also bring out the bikes for Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod Bikes. So that is Pro Mod Car, Pro Mod Bike, and Top Fuel Harley. You can all make your way on up to the lanes. And stand by for Outlaw 275. John DeBack went out in NoBox, trying to stay in electronics. And John DeBack goes out in box as well. 17th thou on the breakout. Lorenz Schwartz treed him with a 001 light. But Cristone will not move on either as Jim Maggie takes him out. Hey, attention to the pits for No Time Index. Attention, No Time Index. We need all No Time Index drivers still in competition, not your cars, just the drivers. To the bottom of the tower for chip draw. That is all No Time Index drivers, not the cars, just the drivers, to the base of the timing tower for chip draw.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in the factory, built for the road.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
So once again, we have asked for the no time index drivers, not your cars, just the drivers. We need you down to the grassy knoll behind the timing tower for your chip draw for round 2.
Ryan Ladre, attention in the pits. Ryan Ladre, we need you beside the tower for chip draw. Well, card draw, but Ryan Ladre. So our first pair up, Dave Shirk and Jason Gibson. Ryan Ledre and Scott Kolodachuk. Oh, we got Tyler Smith taking on Rob Getz. Sean Martin and Jan Christensen. And lucky number 5, Joel Smith gets the bye.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need NoBox on standby. NoBox, this is your standby call. Non-electronics, you are on standby.
Attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. It looks like we got ourselves a new boat here at Mission Raceway. Somebody's left their boat down on the water there, tied up. So either we're going to acquire ourselves a nice new boat here to take boating from Mission Raceway, or you guys can head back there and take off, or if you want to buy wristbands, you can more than welcome to stay. But you can't just tie your boat up there and then come on in for free entry. That's not how it works. So I think it's a better trade if you just buy a wristband than you trade us your boat for entry. Gonna leave that one up to you. So if you came here on the boat and you tied her up there on the water, please head back to your boat and go head on out, or make sure you go buy a wristband and then come and show us. Thank you.
Boats are expensive, man. I mean, I would personally love a free boat. I know some of our security personnel would love a free boat. I also know some chaos demons that would love to just untie the boat and let it float down the Fraser River. I wouldn't want that to happen either, personally. So I would get back to the boat and take care of it.
Well, we're getting a front seat view of the boat here on the live stream, courtesy of the drone footage. Looks like we got ourselves a nice little fishing boat down there, nice little jet boat. I've always wanted to try sturgeon fishing.
So our Pro Mod semifinals are rolling underneath the bridge. And what a race it has been for the Pro Modified so far. A thriller of an opening round. And it's looking to be no different to see who's going to face off in the finals. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need non-electronics to the lanes. NoBox to the lanes. That is NoBox to the lanes. And standby electronics. So Nick Duda up first against Ryan Griffin. The Performance World Corvette will square off against the Airport Glass and DRG Fencing Mustang. So first of two in the semifinal round. Both cars pre-staged, fully staged. Launch! Taking on towards the 8th mile mark. Who gets there first? It's gonna be Nick Duda taking it into the final round. Ryan Griffin tried as he made, though, was not enough. 387, sorry, at 204 miles an hour for Griffin. But still, Nick Duda with the whole shot goes 386 at 196 miles an hour. And that Corvette continues to impress. That is a race right there, folks.
So, folks, you just witnessed some pretty cool history being made. Nick Duda goes 386 at 196 miles an hour, just shy of 197. That is the quickest and fastest that a small block Chevy has ever traversed the quarter mile. Prior to today, 8th mile. Fair enough. Prior to today, that record was held by Jason Scruggs, who did it with a billet block, billet-headed, like we're talking high-end, custom one-off built stuff to make his small block Chevy go that fast. Nick Duda does it with a stock block and cast 23-degree Edelbrock cylinder heads. So that right there is a major accomplishment. Absolutely, if I've ever seen one.
Boy, it has been a year for setting records. Of course, Nick Duda, the latest among them. We had our top alcohol dragster record reset by Sean Cowley earlier this year at the National Open. I believe we have the top alcohol funny car record reset in the very same weekend. It's been an awesome year.
So our number one qualifier, Ryan Hayward, is back in the left lane behind the wheel of Code Blue to take on Dave Mendez. Mendez over in the right-hand lane. Twin turbos in the right lane. Pro Charger over here in the left. Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington. There is the fourth bulb. Here we go. This is going to be all Ryan Hayward at the finish line. 376, 202 miles an hour. Dead on even off the tree. 0.56 the reaction time for both cars. Mendez with a very respectable 396 at 184 miles an hour over there in the Lordco lane. But it's Ryan Hayward who's going to go on to the final round to face Nick Duda here at Doorwarz 13. Wow, what a semifinal round. Great show.
And unfortunately, in the process of making that run, David Mendez appears to have taken out one of our 8th mile blocks to boot. So we will need to just shut things down for a moment. Our track crews are on it. We'll get back out there, get that block replaced. We're going to be back before long. You take a look at the replay on the live stream at MRP, Lordco TV, right there, smack dab in the middle of the finish line, Cam. Just barely nicked it on the way by as he dipped both left side tires out of the groove.
So Ryan Hayward with another run in the 370 zone. That car has been locked into the 370s all weekend long. Amazing performance so far. Looking forward to the final round. Be Ryan Hayward and Nick Duda. Somewhat of a David and Goliath matchup, one might say. Ryan Hayward, of course, in a very much proven combination. A Ricky Jones built Camaro with a Proline Hemi with a Pro Charger attached to the front of it. And that car, since making its debut earlier this year, has proven to be rock solid. So Nick Duda, who's been kind of taking down giants all day long, has his work cut out for him in the upcoming final round. No doubt about that, but I am looking forward to it already.
Tell you what, I mean, it may be a David and Goliath fight, but I'm liking David's chances based on what we've seen so far today.
So we certainly want to thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park today, and now you will be able to say, I was there when the quickest pass in the history of small block Chevrolets was made at Mission Raceway Park. Very, very cool. So we've got Garrett Richards ready to go. He's going to be making a test pass up the Lordco side of the racetrack. As soon as we get the timing block taken care of, which looks like that should be very soon. Following that, we're going to roll into final round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harley. So we'll go ahead and make a final call for NoBox. NoBox, this is your final call. Non-electronics. We need you in the staging lanes. If you're not there, it's where you need to be.
So apparently we are still waiting for the owner of a gray Honda Civic license plate LL768P to return to their vehicle. That is again a gray Honda Civic license plate LL768P. You need to return to your vehicle immediately. That is immediately for that Honda Civic.
So it looks like we've got our timing block back in place. Tractor is making its way back here towards the starting line. Now the big question is, does he pull off or does he make another lap? The suspense is killing me. He is parking it. So we're going to get back to the action. Certainly appreciate everybody's patience while we get that little situation taken care of. So again, Garrett Richards, last year's winner, went out of competition in round 1 today. He's going to make a little test hit. Burnout's done. So it's going to be Garrett Richards in the right-hand lane. Very rare combination between the frame rails of that Mustang. A Walt Austin Racing Ford Hemi with a screw blower. Looked pretty good. 384, 201 miles an hour. Wasn't perfect, I would say, the way the car went down the track and listening to it, but a big step in where they need to be. 384, 201 miles an hour for the Total Performance Racing 2012 Shelby out of Tacoma, Washington. So that's going to do it for round number 2 of Pro Mod. Again, we're going to see Ryan Hayward and Nick Duda come back for the final round a little bit later on. Coming up next, final round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harley-Davidson. Looks like we're going to start off with Nate Gagnon and Austin Christopher. Austin Christopher will be in the Lordco lane. Aboard Ron Howney's Fast Lane Racing Nitro Harley. Nate Gagnon over here tower side in the TCS lane for Big Kids Racing. Here's the way it works in the Top Fuel Harley world. If you breathe enough nitro fumes, they might eventually be able to talk you into getting on one of these things. Something's got to happen. So here we go. So both these bikes utilizing Ron Howney's V60 engine block. So when I'm talking about V60, I'm referring to the cylinder layout, which are 60 degrees apart from each other, as opposed to being 45 degrees apart from each other. 4 bulbs lit, here we go.
Oh boy, as Gagnon getting close to the center line. I think he crossed the center line. No, he just barely kept in the left-hand lane. Christopher goes 683, 158 miles an hour, and, well, Nate Gagnon going to go 809 at 111 after lifting out of it.
So Austin Christopher with the front wheel up in the air for most of the run. Started giving up mile per hour after the 8th mile. So whether the engine was going away or whether he was backing off, not 100% sure. But doing just 158 miles an hour at the finish line. He was doing 177 through the 8th mile mark. And as Nolan mentioned, Nate over here in the tower lane was very, very much fighting the bike, wanting to work its way over to the center line. So he as well had given up on the run and was coasting by the finish line. Now we've got Jim Schellenberg and Damian Cowden. So it's going to be Jim Schellenberg over here, left side of the racetrack. So it looks like this is going to be a single. Damian Cowden having some kind of issue on the starting line. So Jim Schellenberg on a throwaway run, to say the least. So pretty interesting. Just give you an idea of the power these things make. Just that little blip or two of the throttle. And he was still doing 120 miles an hour at the 8th mile. So that's going to do it for the final round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harley-Davidson. The next time we see them back up here will be tomorrow morning or tomorrow early afternoon for round 1 of competition. Now with just 4 bikes on the property, it's going to be a 2-round race. We're going to start things off in the semifinals and decide who our finalists are. Pro Mod bike. Final round of qualifying for these guys. So we've got our non-electronic entries behind the tower. All ready to go.
We're going to fire up the first pair of Pro Mod bike here as well. Matt McKay Smith bringing up the MTMM Performance 2023 Suzuki. Going up against Jeff Peter. Both of these drivers have been racing with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association for some time. Peter out of Yellowknife from the Northwest Territories has been racing with your CMDRA for 17 years. Matt McKay Smith, meanwhile, out of Merritt, is a 4-time Pro Mod bike champion. And it has shut itself off. So McKay Smith gonna have to back that thing out, unfortunately. Leaving this a single pass. The CMDRA will be out to party with us here at the Titanium Strip for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout at season's end. Bit of a double special event on that one. Bike special racing and Outlaw special racing. Who could ask for more? Jeff Peters still trying to work something out with that bike to get it towards the starting line. They'll make it 2 for 2 that are going to have unfortunate breakdowns immediately following the burnout. So Glenn Frazier will be up next for the Legacy Consulting 2018 Suzuki. Taking off down track, wheel up to the 8th mile, right down to the quarter, 7:52, 180 miles an hour for Glenn Frazier, which will bring up the pair of Steve Abusini and Matt Atkinson. The PRP Automotive Phoenix will face off against a 2013 Kawasaki. with a 1441cc engine underneath it. Pair of street bikes here running in the Pro Mod bike category.
So, pretty tough round for Pro Mod bike, to say the very least. So, out of 5, we only get to see 3 of them make runs. Abusini and Matt Atkinson. Atkinson leads the way. He is pulling away the whole way down track at the finish line. He puts 7:13, 201 miles an hour up there on the reader board. Abusini off the gas and coasting. Well, by the looks of it, he was in trouble before the 8th mile, doing just 1:17. At the finish line, 10:98 at just 55 miles an hour. So this is a rerun from a little earlier. Kevin McNichol and Alan Meacham. So it's going to be Kevin McNichol and Alan Meacham. Meacham in the right lane out of Everett, Washington. Full-time crew member for Justin Bond's Allen Abbey Racing team. Oh, Alan Meacham, black 67 Nova right lane. Kevin McNichol in the red 67 Chevy 2 left lane. Now you might be saying, aren't they both Novas? Not necessarily. No, they're both Chevy 2s. Nova is like an upgraded model from a Chevy 2. So, a couple of green lights. Here comes the 8th mile finish line, and it says Kevin McNichol is moving on. 6:43 on the 6:41 dial. Had the advantage on the starting line by about 35 thousandths of a second. Well, 36. If you want to get picky. So Kevin McNichol will be coming back for round number next in electronics action. Now we have non-electronics, or NoBox. First pair, Brendan Piskacek, tower side, behind the wheel of his little 1990 Ford Mustang. Going to take on Jeff Nyland. Nyland in the blue bin. His 1985 little S10 pickup truck. So Nyland dialed 732 in the right lane. Piskacek will leave first. He's dialed 834 in the left. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Combo. Super Combo. We need Super Combo. Back to the lanes, please. Super Combo. Come on back. Super Combo. This is your call to the staging lanes. Jeff Nyland goes dead on with a 7 to take the win over Brendan Piskacek. Piskacek had a little bit of a starting line advantage. Took a little too much stripe up there at the finish line and ran 8:31 on his 8:34. So Aiden Ledrette now. He's got both bulbs lit, waiting for Craig Johnson. put the Malibu wagon in the beams. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Outlaw 275, come on down to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, this is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. How about that? Aiden Ladre with a perfect reaction time. Trip zip, baby. Trip zip with an 8 to take the win over Craig Johnson. Johnson goes dead on the 656 dial, but his light was 056, and well, he was in big trouble. A couple of Mopars out there now. Jim Benke racing towards his own win light. Ken Jansen turns it red by 17 thousandths of a second. Jim Benke was kind of there for the taking with an 053 reaction time. He then comes up one above the 641 dial with a 642. So we have made the call for Super Combo to the lanes. We've also made the call for X275. Super Combo and X275. We need you back. Dallas Nassie in a 2000 Honda Civic, dialed in 851 in the Lordco lane. Lorenz Schwartz, Tower Side, dialed 638 in the Monte Carlo. Wants to thank Derek Shirk and Bubba's Speed Shop. So little Honda out in front. Is he able to stay there? No. Easy win for Lorenz Schwartz. Hard on the brakes at the finish line, doing just 79 miles an hour. Dallas Nassie a full half second off the 851 prediction. So Lorenz Schwartz will be coming back for round number 4. Now Bobby Ehlers, Jason Mercer. Mercer in Craig Johnson's Oldsmobile. Bobby Ehlers in his 89 Mustang, LS powered. Well, just 7,000 separate them on the starting line. At the finish line, it is Bobby Ehlers moving on. 649 on the 646. Mercer comes up weak on the 730 dial, just 737. So Bobby Ehlers in the Mustang coming back. Now Chris Stone had the best reaction time last round, was plucked aside for the potential buy. I call it a potential buy. If there had been an even number of cars, well, he'd be running somebody, but there was an odd number, so he gets the freebie. 013 up front. Then 6 thou under the 636 dial with a 635.4. So that's going to do it for round 3 of non-electronics. So we have made the call for Lordco Super Combo to the staging lanes. You guys should be there. Also made the call for X275. See some of our 275 cars back here. Looks like our Super Combo cars have arrived in staging. They're behind the tower. I believe we're down to just 3. So one of them's going to get a freebie. A free time trial here late in Eliminations. Gather some good data to head into the final round with. Hey, listen up in there in the pits. Limited Street. Limited Street. We need Limited Street to the staging lanes, please. Limited Street. This is your call to the lanes. Limited Street. Come on down to staging. See, our Lordco Super Combo competitors have pulled forward.
Yes, Lorenz is in as of elimination round 2 at number 1.
So here we go with our pair. As mentioned, just 3 cars left in Super Combo action. Kirk Lance doing the Super Gas 990 thing. Martin Rochelle is going to leave 1 full second ahead, or theoretically he should anyway, choosing the 1090 index. Oh, Kirk Lance finally off the stop. Here comes the quarter-mile finish line, and it says Kirk Lance is moving on. So Martin Rochelle had the starting line advantage. Neither driver was stellar, but Martin was a little better. At the finish line, Martin getting there well ahead. Goes 1086 on the 1090 to break out. Kirk Lance quite safe, 994 on the 990. Now Warren Jacobson with the single. It's going to be him and Kirk Lance in the final round. So 1090 will be the target. Warren Jacobson goes perfect on the starting line. Probably should have saved that one for the upcoming final. And at the finish line, well, he's holding 1.5. I would say that's just about perfect. 1088 with a 5 on the 1090 index. So we'll make another call for Limited Street. Limited Street, we need you in the staging lanes. We'll also make a call now for No Time Index. No Time Index, we need you guys back. So Limited Street and No Time Index, please report to staging. What a beautiful evening here at Mission Raceway Park. So we got the tractor out there, just giving the track surface a little rub. Do a little prep before we roll our X275 class forward. Limited Street will be right behind them. We're looking for no time in the staging lanes. Where are you guys? No time index. No time index. We need you to the lanes, please. No time index. Please report to staging. Electronics, here's your standby call. Standby call going out to electronics. Guys, get ready to run, please. So here we go, round 2 of X275. Got our first pair, got the burnouts done. It's going to be Justin Gallant and Daniel Rodrigue. Rodrigue over in the right lane behind the wheel of the Boo. Wants to thank Milron Truck Body, Ken's Specialty Automotive, SD Performance, McGraw Metalworks, Color Compass, and Elite Belts, along with NC Engines. Justin Gallant, Tower Side. Like to thank BDL Auto, Crown Doors, Circle D, Milron Truck Body, Mulder Trucking, Lordco, Edelbrock, Loop Research, and of course, Nick Duda. So Justin Gallant, our number 2 qualifier. Dan Rodrigue qualified in the number 7 position. Turbo versus Nitrous. Nitrous in the right lane. Wow, this is a drag race at the finish line. It is Justin Gallant with another 428. That car has gone 428, I believe, on everyone except one pass this weekend. Absolutely stellar. Rodrigue was game 446, 157 miles an hour. He qualified with a 448, so he did better his qualifying number with that 446. However, it was in the loss. So Justin Gallant moving on to round number 3. Chris Gould and Bree King. Bree King. Still dealing with some issues. That 2000 Mustang, new car for Bree. Got the new car blues. Chris Gould, 439, 172 miles an hour. So he'll be back for round number 3. So that sets up one half of our semifinal round. It's going to be Chris Gould and Justin Gallant. John Cuglietta, taking on Tyler Stamler. Stamler in the left lane. TCS side of the racetrack, behind the wheel of Mini Me. His 2000 S10 pickup truck. Cuglietta. Lordco side of the racetrack. Behind the wheel of Balboa, his 04 Mustang. Hey, Sean Martin. We need Sean Martin to report to staging. Sean Martin. We need Sean Martin to the staging lanes, please. Oh man, side by side through the 8th mile, turning on the wind light, it is Tyler Stamler. 430 gets there ahead of 437. He had a 10th starting line advantage and just stretched that out the whole way down the track. But a good drag race nonetheless here in round number 2. So Tyler Stamler moving on. That'll set up our final pairing for this second round. Jordan Brandon and Eric McCarthy. Eric McCarthy, right-hand side of the racetrack. Jordan Brandon over here, tower side. Hey, listen up in the pits. Electronics, electronics. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need electronics back to the staging lanes, please. Electronics, we need you in the staging lanes. We're also going to make the call for we'll make the standby call, rather, for Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Top Comp, you are on standby. I'm not really sure what just happened there. Jordan Brandon remained motionless. Appears he did not get the car staged in time. So Eric McCarthy is going to get credit for the win there. Unfortunately, things did not go Jordan Brandon's way on the starting line. Had some issues. Lit the top bulb, then the car died. Was not able to light the stage bulb in time. So it'll be Eric McCarthy taking on Tyler Stamler in the semifinal round. So here we go. With Limited Street, Max Nielsen and Tej Sangha making up our first pairing. It's going to be Max Nielsen going to the final round. How about a 5'11", 137 mile an hour pass? Max Nielsen and that Mustang have been on a string all afternoon here. Now Vanessa Richards and Brad Thomas. Vanessa Richards looking to make it 2 in a row. She's on this year's event t-shirt as she was last year's winner. Big nitrous purge from Vanessa's car in the left lane, Brad Thomas. Over there in the right lane, 1991 Mustang. Squamish in the right lane, Kelowna in the left. Vanessa Richards would like to thank Gen 3 Speed, Mom and Dad and Trevor, Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, Fletcher Green, Jim Clipperton, Crank Fabrication, and Kelowna Chevy. Brad Thomas would like to thank True North Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, and JB Auto. Vanessa breaks the rear tires loose. It is going to be Brad Thomas. Moving on to the final round. How about 497, 142 miles an hour? Wow, Brad Thomas absolutely turning it up here in eliminations rounds. So that's a new record for the class. Limited Street, Brad Thomas, the first one to break into the fours. Wow, this class has progressed at a very high rate of speed. I remember it seems like just a few years ago that 550 would have been an extremely competitive number in this class. And now we just saw Brad Thomas lay down the first 4-second run in Limited Street. Here we go with No Time Index. Dave Shirk out in front trying to stay there. It is Jason Gibson with the win light on. Dave Shirk does not get the win. I was just about to start talking numbers. Good thing for me, I remembered I'm not allowed to do that in this class. So Jason Gibson will be coming back for more. Ryan Ledre and Scott Kalatichuk. Scott Kalatichuk turns the win light on. He'll be back. Now Rob Getz and Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith, his first weekend out there racing in a big car all by himself. Tyler Smith in the black 68 Chevelle. Fortunately for Tyler, kind of rolled through the beams. Rob gets his win light already on. Sean Martin and Jan Christensen now. Jan Christensen. Driving a Z28 Camaro. Well, that car has made a ton of passes down this track. Been through multiple owners. Jan runs up there and throws it in deep. Sean Martin says, I'm in no hurry whatsoever. Jan Christensen with the win light. Joel Smith rowing through the gears in that 1971 Pontiac Ventura. Hey, listen up in the pits. We are looking for Top Comp and Super Combo. Top Comp and Super Combo. We need you back to the staging lanes. Top Comp and Super Combo. We are also going to put non-electronics on standby. Non-electronics, please be ready to go. And we're going to give a 20-minute standby call or a 20-minute heads up to Pro Mods. Pro Mods, we're going to need you down here in about 20 minutes or so. Well, we're going to call you in about 20 minutes or so. So we've got our electronics cars rolled up to the front of staging. Here comes the first pair. We got Jim Benke over here, tower side. Narad Torque Systems 67 CUDA. And Cam Shantz in the Roadster. Spectator side of the racetrack, Cam Shantz. Dialed in at 551. Jim Benke, exactly 9/10 of a second slower, dialed at 641. Cam Shantz turns the win light on. How about that? 549 on the 551 dial. Good enough to get the job done. Wow. Jim Benke's not going to be happy with himself. So Cam Shantz crossed first by 55 thousandths of a second. Jim Benke behind by 55 thou. Still went further under by 3 thousandths of a second to lose a double breakout. Oh, man. Now Andy Hatton and Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz in the right lane, Andy Hatton in the left lane. So Kevin McNichol, fresh off of his rerun win, turns on another win light. Dead on the 642 dial. Had about a 1/10 of a second advantage. That'll bring up Bucky, Mike Stewart, tower side, going to take on Brad Powell. So a little bit of a burn down here. Both cars pre-staged. Nobody wants to light the third bulb. Bucky finally does it. Now waiting for Powell. Bump his way in. We got 4 bulbs. And Bucky had the starting line advantage, and he gets the win. Mike Stewart to the stripe first by 1/1000th of a second. So here we go, round number next of Top Comp. We're going to start off with a single. Logan Bell scored the bye. He gets to essentially gets another time trial. So he's dialed 448. Doesn't really matter if he gets anywhere near it or runs under it. As soon as he stages the car and satisfies the computer, his win light will be on. Well, it's probably a good thing he wasn't racing anybody based on his light. Certainly had it dialed right, though. Goes 448 with a 9 on the 448 dial. Non-electronics, get ready to go. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to non-electronics. Now Rod LeClaire and Adam DeYoung. Rod LeClaire over here tower side for Paradise Homes. Adam DeYoung, spectator side for Artex Racing. Couple of Camaros, both of them 67s. Attention in the pits. Non-electronics, no E. This is your call to staging lanes. Non-electronics will take you back to the staging lanes once again. Non-electronics, come on down. Pro Mod, your call coming up any minute. Adam DeYoung hangs on for the win. Had a sizable starting line advantage that no doubt helped. 526 on the 525 dial. Here comes our super combo, final round. Couple of local guys from right here in Mission. Warren Jacobson and Kirk Lance. Kirk Lance owns A. Tristan Plumbing. Warren Jacobson owns Wally Crankshaft. So Kirk Lance over there in the right lane behind the wheel of his 67 Camaro Roadster. So he chooses the Super Gas Index of 990. Warren Jacobson, tower side, will be working on the Super Street Index of 1090. So exactly 1 second should stagger the start. And this one's over early. Kirk Lance could not hang on long enough. Warren Jacobson is your winner. 1094 on the 1090 index. Gets it done. So Warren Jacobson, our winner in Super Combo here on Saturday, day number 1. Or sorry, it's day number 2, but it's race number 1 for the weekend, all part of Doorwarz 13. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are still here, my hat's off to you. I get it. You want to hang around for the final round of Pro Mod, if nothing else, right? Well, once again, I want to thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We are thrilled to have you come on out here and spend some time with us. And we're just waiting to get some cars back in the staging lanes. As soon as we do, we'll bring them around the corner, send them down the track.
Okay, check this before you go, please.
Well, I was just going to make the call for Aiden Ledre that we're waiting for you up here in staging, but just as soon as I was about to do that, we hear over the radio that he is on the way. Hey, listen up. Pro Mod finalists. Start making your way down to the staging lanes if you guys are ready to go. Pro Mod finalists. So we've made the call for Pro Mod finalists to start making their way to the staging lanes. Specifically, that would be Nick Duda and Ryan Hayward. We'll also make the standby call for X275. X275, we're going to give you a 20-minute standby call. X275, here's your 20-minute standby call. Non-electronics, here we go. So Bobby Ehlers and Jeff Nyland. Here we go. Jeff Nyland in that blue S10 pickup truck over there in the Lordco lane, dialed 731. Bobby Ehlers with a 646 on the Mustang. Here comes the finish line, and it says Bobby Ehlers is moving on. So 656 on the 646, good enough to get the job done. Jeff Nyland missed the tree a little bit. End result of that was Bobby Ehlers having a whole bunch of room to play with up there. How about this? Two best buddies get to face off. Here in round number 4, I believe we're in. Jim Benke and Chris Stone, couple of hardcore Mopar guys. Chris Stone's your winner. 34 on the 34. 34 with a 0, in fact, on the 34. While Jim Benke had turned it red back here at the starting line, so he was essentially on a time trial. Here comes pair number next. Aiden Ledre and Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz Schwartz, right-hand lane. Dialed in at 6:38. Aiden Ledre will get an almost 2-second handicap head start on the starting line. Now on Aiden's last elimination round, he was perfect on the starting line. That put him in a winning position at the finish line. Both drivers get away green. Here comes the finish line. Aiden out in front trying to hang on, cannot do it. So Lorenz Schwartz gets there by 0.003 of a second. Oh man, I think Aiden Ledre was set up to get there. Used a little bit too much brake pedal. Decided to give it back. Well, he didn't really decide to do it. He just did it. So Lorenz Schwartz coming back. Hey, listen up. No time index. We needed